Dragon Ball Hazard Story. Dragon Ball Hazard Story link. https://www.fanfiction.net/s/347/1/category. Genre. Adventure author. Hungmian link. https://www.fanfiction.net/u/7890/last updated August 21st 2001 words 69,618 rating T status complete content Chapter 1 to 7 of 7 chapters. Source: fanfiction.net. Summary: Trunks gets pulled into the world of El Hazard. Chapter 1 The first night of Sion in El Hazard. Dragon Ball Hazard by Hung An introduction. This was another of my non-random stories that I had wrote on paper after Bubblegum Fury. Like that story, it had been shelved and forgotten after I started Dual Destinies. After receiving many compliments and praises for Bubblegum Fury, I decided to give this story a chance as well. It has already been written out and just needs a few touch-ups for each chapter, before I commit them to my word processor and then to the internet. I had received many challenges to combine different anime worlds, and I would think that Dragon Ball Z and El Hazard are about as different as one can get. The story is sort of a crossover/fusion and stars everyone's favorite half Sion, at least in my book, Trunks. This 7-part epic takes place sometime during Trunks' teen years, before the events of Dragon Ball GT. He is around 17 years old and is attending high school, much to the disapproval of his father Vegeta, who wants him to continue training as a true Saiyan warrior. The high school is Shinano and something has just been discovered in the basement. The discovery was dog, that would be telling. So enjoy the first chapter of Dragon Ball Hazard. Disclaimer: you thought I forgot to do this. Now didn't you? The characters of Dragon Ball Z and El Hazard belong to their creators and I am only using them to tell a story. So their thoughts the first night of Sion in El Hazard. We're here at Shinano High School, the site of one of the most remarkable discoveries of this century. With us today is the student body president, Katsuhiko Jinai, who claims to have been the one responsible for finding of these ancient ruins. The reporter proclaimed as she spoke into the microphone while facing her cameraman. Beside her was a teenage boy in a school uniform that was immaculately groomed. He took out a comb and bushed up his bangs before flashing a smile to the camera. Yes, I, a humble student at this school, had made this incredible discovery, and so I would think that it would only be fitting that this place be named the Katsuhiko Jinai Ruins, in honor of the one who found them, namely me of course. Jinai smirked as he tried to grab as much of the glory as he could, despite the fact that he had nothing to do with the discovery whatsoever. In truth, the discovery had been made accidentally by some construction workers after they had started tearing down an old section of the school. At that moment, another person made her way toward the area, along with her own camcorder. "Make way! Make way!" the young girl called out as she unceremoniously pushed out in front of the news reporter and shoved the front of her camera in front of Jinai's face. Katsuhiko Jinai, what are your comments to the accusations made by the student council that your election to student president was in fact rigged and that you had paid off the various clubs to vote for you? Jinai stuttered as he found himself in an embarrassing situation. His sister Nanami was making a fool out of him on live television. "Hey Nanami, you are my little sister. What the hell are you doing here?" The young girl shrugged. "Just doing my duty as a video journalist and exposing the truth to the public. You are not even in the video club. They paid me to do it. In any case, what are you going to do about tomorrow's hearing, HMM? I hear that they have a star witness who will expose you for the lying, cheating rap that you are. I'm innocent. This is all a plot to defraud my good name," Jinai retorted, which made his sister giggle with amusement. "What good name?" Nanami said in a mocking tone. "The word good has never been associated with you, big brother. And after Trunks gives his testimony, your reign of tyranny over the students will be over." "What? Trunks is the witness. How dare he? I'll kill that." Jinai stopped in his rant as he saw that he was still on the air. "What are you looking at? The interview is over. Get that camera out of my face." The camera then showed nothing but static as Jinai shoved the device out of the cameraman's hands. "Get moving. Nothing to see here," Masamiki Fujisawa said as he blocked off the stairs, which led to the ruins. The students crowding around the area groaned as they began to disperse to their classes. The history teacher nodded as he turned around to continue cornering off the entrance. "Now where's that masking tape?" Fujisawa mumbled as he reached into his coat pocket. As he pulled out the roll of adhesive, something else also came out and made a dull clunk on the floor. "Hey look! Mr. Fujisawa's on the sauce!" One of the students cried out as he plumped to the bottle of alcohol that had fallen from the teacher's pocket. The teacher quickly started waving his hands frantically as he tried to explain. "No, you don't understand. It's purely medicinal. It's not like I have a problem." The students weren't buying it as they gave him disapproving looks and began whispering among themselves. When the crowds finally walked off, Masamiki hung his head and half-sobbed to himself, "It's not my fault that I'm weak." At that moment, a young man walked up to him and casually picked up the bottle. "You know, Sensei, it's not good for you to poison your body like that." The teacher looked up and his mouth turned up into a small smile as he saw who was handing him back his bottle. "Trunks, how are you today?" The youth smiled as he brushed a strand of his light purple hair from the rest of his bangs. Unlike the rest of his fellow classmates, the Saiyan half-breed was dressed in loose black pants, brown boots, a black muscle shirt and was wearing a blue jacket that bore the logo of his mother's company on the shoulder. Since his family was quite wealthy and had donated generously to the Shinano when Trunks enrolled, the school board had allowed Trunks to dress as he saw fit. Of all the students that he taught, Fujisawa liked Trunks the best. The young man was quite attractive to the girls and many of his female classmates often gazed at him longingly, instead of listening to the day's lesson. His personality was likable and he had a kind of warm spirit that made him stand out in a crowd. He had a well-built form and excelled at gym period. He had often been asked to join the sports teams and compete, but to many people's disappointment, Trunks would always turn them down. Fujisawa could not understand how such a physically talented young man would want to hide such gifts. He had seen Trunks run once during a track meet. He had been astounded, along with everyone else, when he broke the school record, and possibly the world record, by running the 100-meter dash in 6 seconds. Like most of the people of the world, Fujisawa was unaware of Trunks' heritage, which made competing against normal humans as mismatched as pitting a supersonic jet against the Wright brothers' plane. In fact, the son of Vegeta had been holding back during that competition. Trunks had felt badly after winning that track meet. It had been just like that time at the World Martial Arts Tournament. Despite being at the tender age of 8, both he and his friend Goten were far more powerful than most of the adult human fighters combined. It had been too easy for the half Saiyans to advance to the finals of the junior division. While he was growing up, Trunks had felt as if he was living among a world of fragile, glass figurines, and he had to watch it with his otherworldly strength and powers. Over the years, he had begun to lose interest in finding tougher opponents and lessened in his training, much to the dismay of his father. He learned the sciences and Vegeta began to bemoan his child for becoming weak and scholarly like Goku's son, Gohan. His mother Bulma was more supportive and urged him to make friends and get good grades. However, that old Saiyan instinct for combat did not fade away completely and sometimes Trunks would wish for a challenge. However, with menaces like Garlic Jr., the Red Ribbon Army, Frieza, Cell and Majin Buu gone, there was nothing left for Trunks to challenge, except for the next midterm. Trunks found that he grasped the sciences and mathematics quite easily and he assumed that he got it from his mother. However, he did still train and mastered many of the techniques of the other Z fighters, including the Kamehameha Wave, Piccolo's Beam Cannon, Krillin's Destructo Disc, Tiehn's Solar Flare, and of course, his father's Cannon Gun. So what's that you got there, Trunks? Fujisawa asked as he pointed to a long bundle that the half Saiyan had slung over one shoulder. Trunks was snapped out of his reverie and replied, "This? Oh, well, it's just something that I've been working on in metal shop class." At that moment, the bell rang, signaling the end of the period and the start of the next one. "Well, Trunks, I guess it's time for you to get going." "Yes, Sensei. I'll see you later." Trunks waved goodbye and turned to go to his next class. "By the way, Trunks." The teen stopped and turned his head to his teacher. "Yes? I hear that you're going to be testifying against Student President Jinai tomorrow. Yeah. Trunks nodded and let off a quiet sigh. I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but I overheard him and the captain of the baseball club talking, and well, good for you, son. You should always do the right thing. Yeah, the right thing. Nowadays, I'm not even sure what the wrong thing is, much less the right one. See you later, Sensei. And no. Lies. Lies. It's all lies. Rip. Shred. Tear. Katsuhiko Jinai continued to rant as he tore apart the posters on the wall that said "Down with Jinai." Why is everyone against me? What have I done to deserve such disrespect? The egomaniac placed his hands against the wall and hung his head in frustration. He then looked up and saw that last week's test scores had been posted today. His spirits rose as he saw that his name was high on the list. He had the second highest score of the school. The name above is read Trunks. H. Again that miserable Trunks. Jinai shook with anger as he thought back to when Trunks first came to Shinano and the times he had encountered the half-Saiyan since then. Flashback 1. We see Trunks easily winning the track meet, leaving his competition in the dust as he crosses the finish line a good 50 meters ahead. Most of the others crossed the finish line panting and wheezing, but the one who finished dead last was of course Jinai. In fact, he never even got to the finish line as he held a hand to his mouth and fell down while throwing up. Flashback 2. Jinai is admiring his masterpiece as he and his fellow art students sat on a hill that overlooked Tokyo. The sketch of the landscape he had drawn looked like it had been done by a 5-year-old. However, as soon as he glanced at Trunks, who was sitting nearby, and saw how well detailed and accurate his sketch, the egotistical brother of Nanami went into a fit of rage and broke the sketchboard. Flashback 3. Katsuhiko is pushing his way through the crowded cafeteria and reaches for the last sandwich on the counter. However, just as he was about to touch it, it suddenly blurs from sight and vanishes. He looks over to his right and fumes as he sees Trunks munching on it while paying the cashier. Jinai is so enraged that he squeezes the milk carton in his hand, causing it to explode and drench his face in white liquid. End of flashbacks. Trunks this. Trunks that. I paid you, Trunks. I am the great Katsuhiko Jinai, yet you always get in the way of my superiority. You are nothing. You are less than nothing. Jinai slammed the point of a screwdriver into a photo of Trunks, winning the track meet, posted on the bulletin board. He began drilling the point even deeper into the surface, finally ripping the picture in half. I swear that your meddling in my affairs will come to an end. What fa 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 fa. The students who were standing nearby shuddered as they heard Jinai's maniacal laughter as it echoed throughout the hallways. Trunks sighed as he went to his locker at the end of the school day. He had been lost in thought as he continued to ponder on what to do with his life. Here he was, one of the most physically powerful individuals on the planet, and yet he felt that he was totally out of place on a now peaceful Earth. His father, the former prince of the Saiyans, wanted him to continue training and become a stronger warrior than the members of Goku's family. But what was the point? What good was a warrior when there were no battles to be fought? Nothing had been threatening the world since that time of the World Martial Arts Tournament and the appearance of Buu. For the last 10 years, the half-Saiyan had lived without conflict or challenges for his extraordinary abilities. Oh, there were the occasional scuffles and sparring sessions with his childhood friend Goten and the other Z-fighters, but even those battles had become routine. Now, the sparring was scarce as Goten had discovered girls and spent less time with his buddy. Gohan was now married to Mr. Satan's daughter and was raising his own child, Pan. Goku wasn't around much as he spent most of his time either on Kami's Lookout or elsewhere. Piccolo was hard to find, and as for Yamcha, Tien and Choju, they had either retired from fighting or were somewhere far away. Krillin and A-Team had more or less retired and that only left Trunks' father. Vegeta was more than willing to train with Trunks, but his constant nagging about how a true Saiyan should act, plus the fact that he disapproved of his son going to an Earthling school made the tension between them even harder to endure. Technically speaking, Trunks wasn't a true Saiyan. Half of his very being came from his mother. So whenever Vegeta went on about the proud Saiyan race and how his son should appreciate his heritage, Trunks found himself even more depressed and torn. He was neither truly a Saiyan nor human. He didn't feel that he belonged on Earth, nor would he have felt at home on planet Vegeta. That is, if Frieza hadn't destroyed it, along with the rest of the Saiyans. So just where did that leave him? Just where could he find a place that he felt that he belonged? The young Saiyan teen sighed again as he reached into his locker and saw that an envelope was in it. He took out the note while placing the long bundle he had slung over his shoulder on the floor. He opened the envelope and unfolded the letter. He then began to read. Dear Trunks, usually I'm not this forward, but I'd really like to get to know you better. Meet me behind the gym at 6. Signed, Nanami. Trunks wondered just what this was all about. He was used to getting notes from girls, but this was the first time that Jinai's sister had really taken notice of him. He had thought that the girl was something special when they first met, but he kept their relationship strictly as good friends as he was fearful of hurting her with his Saiyan strength. There was also the fact that her brother was Kazueko Jinai, a person that Trunks immediately disliked from the moment he met him. In a way, with his pompous and overbearing attitude, Jinai reminded the Saiyan of that blowhard bully that he met during the World Martial Arts Tournament. He quickly shut that jerk up with one kick. Of course, he couldn't just deal with Jinai the same way as he did with his opponent. Jinai wasn't a fighter and even a light kick would probably break most of his bones. Plus the fact was that they were in school and fighting was strictly forbidden. Trunks pondered the note for a few minutes before deciding that it wouldn't hurt to meet up with Nanami. His mother Bulma had been urging him to get more involved with the opposite sex, and he figured that this was as good way as any to forget about his own problems for a while. In any case, he did like Nanami's quick wit and enjoyed her company. For a moment, he wondered if this was how Gohan must have felt when he met Videl, then shrugged as he picked up his bundle, hefted it over his shoulder and exited the building. Mr. Fujisawa's office. Wow, this looks great. Thanks, Nanami. Mr. Fujisawa said as he took the bento box and began eating the delicious meal within. Jinai's sister smiled as she knelt down in front of her teacher and opened up a thermos. So you're working late nights now, Sensei? The history teacher nodded as he continued to wolf down the food. Beside him on a table were some maps of some mountains, some climbing gear and an ashtray that was littered with cigarette butts. Behind him was a half-empty bottle of sake that he was trying to hide from Nanami. Here we are. Some nice hot tea to wash it all down. Masamichi nodded his thanks to her as he took the cup and began to sip. That'll be 1,050 yen please. Fujisawa sputtered and spat out the tea when he heard this and gaped at his student. What you mean? You are charging me? Nanami shrugged and smiled. Hey. A girl's got to make a living, right? Trunks could only shake his head in disgust while holding the bridge of his nose, as Jinai laughed mockingly at him. It was bad enough to find out that Nanami had not sent that letter. It was even worse that her brother had led him into some kind of pathetic trap, discovering that the letter was in fact one of the many notes that Nanami had written to every other boy in the school. That was adding insult to injury. Okay, Jinai. You've had your fun, but I don't have time for these games. So if you don't mind, and even if you do, I'll be going now. See you at the trial tomorrow, Mr. Student President. Trunks said the last part with a taunting tone as he prepared to turn and leave. Oh no. I don't think you'll be able to make it to the hearing tomorrow. Jinai sneered as he reached around his back for something. And why do you say that? Trunks asked with very little interest. After all, Jinai was only human. What could he do against him? Because it is time that I settle things with you, my eternal rival. Eternal rival? What the heck are you talking about? Trunks then turned around and was a bit surprised to see Katsuhiko holding out a length of rope. And what's that for? According to the articles of the school legislature, if no witness or evidence is brought against me, then my reign as the school president will stand. Since you, my eternal rival, are the opposition's key witness, then that means that if you are not there, then there shall be no case against me. I finally have you in my power, Trunks, and you shall feel my vengeance to your meddling. Meddling? Vengeance? Eternal rival? What are you, some kind of nut? You are trying to usurp my position and take it for yourself, aren't you? Huh? Now what are you talking about? I shall not have it. If it is my destiny to battle with you, then I shall keep fighting with every ounce of my being, and the final victory shall be mine. Oh brother, now I know how Dad must have felt when he had to endure Mr. Satan's rants. Guess I'll have to slap some sense into this dog. I have you now, Trunks. Katsuhiko charged at Trunks with the rope held out. Trunks shrugged as he reared back with one hand and sent the open palm toward his attacker. It was at that moment that there was a sudden flash of light, which caused the entire area to be lit up. Then the light faded away, leaving a light blue shade to everything and everyone in the deserted school. The entire place was made into a still life photo as every moving thing was frozen. In Fujisawa's office, both Nanami and her sensei were like statues. The tea in the thermos was stopped in midstream as it appeared that the girl was refilling Masamikai's cup. Outside of the school, behind the gym, Trunks found himself staring in wonder at Katsuhiko. The fact that Jinai was flying backward from the force of his casual slap wasn't surprising. The fact that he was suspended in the air some 5 feet above the ground and at an angle, that was surprising. Just after he struck, Trunks had been temporarily blinded by the sudden light. For a moment, he thought that Jinai knew how to do a solar flare. However, just as the nut started hurtling backward, time suddenly stopped and now Jinai was frozen in mid-flight. Huh? Trunks cautiously walked up to the motionless Jinai and looked him over. Hey! Jinai, are you okay? I didn't hit you that hard, did I? And how are you doing that? He rapped his knuckles against Jinai's forehead. Hey! Come on! Wake up! Are you dead? If not, then say something. Or at least blink your eyes. He looked over to Jinai's face and winced a bit as he saw the impact point in which he hit his face. When and if Jinai awoke, he was going to have one hell of a swollen cheek. He then looked around and wondered why it was so silent all of a sudden. Everything seemed to be stopped. It was at that moment that he felt a very high power level. However, it seemed to falter and become unsteady in first few minutes after he first detected it. And then, he heard her. Huh? What? Trunks couldn't understand whose voice was suddenly echoing his head, directing him to go somewhere. The voice was so compelling that he could nothing but respond to it. Trunks was soon going down the stairs which led to the ruins in the school basement. The voice became louder in his head as he neared the entrance to the site. When he came upon an open area, he stopped short as he saw that the room was illuminated by beams of light being emitted from a strange circular pattern on the floor. On the other side of the room was a large, hexagonal pillar with a weird eye symbol on the top. The young Sion wondered just what was going on as he cautiously stepped forward toward the pillar. When he crossed the center of the room and brushed hand on one of the beams of light, a sound was heard and the shaft of light suddenly bent toward him and became solid, entangling itself around his wrist. Hey! What the? Immediately, the other beams bent toward him, forming a kind of cage around him. Trunks assumed that he had walked into a trap and was about to power up, when the pillar in front of him suddenly creaked and groaned. The middle portion of the pillar suddenly split in half and parted, revealing the inside as the top raised itself. Then suddenly, just as suddenly as they bent toward him, the beams of light vanished without a trace as an eerie mist came forth from within the pillar. Trunks' eyes widened as he saw her. She was beautiful. She had long, pale, bluish-purple hair and eyes of aquamarine. Her skin was pale, almost like an albino's, but had a smooth, creamy texture to it. Her body was well-formed and lithe, but she seemed to be unsteady in her movements as she stepped off the pedestal and set her bare feet onto the cold floor. Her clothes were tattered and worn. She seemed to be wearing some kind of combination pantsuit with a black tunic that tapered down into coattails. However, she was unconcerned of her unkempt state as her eyes focused only on the youth before her. At last, we meet again. How I've longed for this day. I have waited patiently for this moment. For 10,000 years, I have endured endless nights, dreaming only of you. My dearest. Trunks. Trunks was shaken out of his stupor at the mention of his name as the strange girl staggered toward him and then embraced him tightly. Her legs were weak and she had to lean on him for support. I can't believe that the day has finally come. The thought of seeing you once again is what kept me going for these past 10 millennia, my darling Trunks. Trunks swallowed hard as he found himself at a loss of what to do. He then gathered up his courage and said, how do you know my name? We've never met before. Just, who are you? The girl looked up at him with longing in her eyes. You mean, you've forgotten? Trunks could only shake his head helplessly. The girl nodded as she managed to break the embrace and step backward. I see. No matter. Time grows short and you must prepare to embark on your journey. The son of Vishnu jumped back and gripped the bundle in his hands. Huh? What are you talking about? Just who are you? The girl stepped back another step as she crossed her hands in front of her chest and bowed her head. My power has grown weak with the passage of time. With the last of my strength I shall send you to El-Hazard. El-Hazard? What's that? The girl smiled as tiny dots of light began trickling from her hands. I shall always carry you in my heart. Go now, my brave Scion. Until the day we meet. Unto. Huh? You know that I'm a Scion? Wait. The girl then let loose with a brilliant flash of light which lanced out and enveloped all those within the area of Shinonome, including Mr. Fujisawa, the Jinai siblings and Trunks. Some time later, Trunks awoke to find himself lying on the ground of some forest. He shook his head as he sat up and looked around. He didn't recognize the place he was in as it had some great accent plant life that was unfamiliar to him. He saw that his bundle was beside him and he picked it up as he rose to his feet. He his head again as he tried to make sense of what had just occurred. Who was that girl? How did she know his name and that he was a Scion? And how did he end up here? The young warrior also tried to make sense of the strange images that had appeared in his mind, Just after he got blinded by that light, he saw pictures of Nanami, Mr. Fujisawa, and Jinai flash by. However, he also glimpsed other people and creatures that resembled giant insects. Then he saw two very disturbing pictures. One was that of the strange girl and another was of himself. Or rather a female version of himself with long brown hair. He was still trying to figure it out when he heard some rustling and turned to face whatever emerged from the forest. He was about to power up when he saw Mr. Fujisawa come out from some tall grasses. "Sensei, am I glad to see you?" The mountain climber and history teacher looked up from the bento he was holding in his hand. "Hey, Trunks, you're here too? Do you have any idea where we are?" Trunks asked as he relaxed. Fujisawa shrugged as he finished off the meal. "Don't know. One minute I am eating dinner, and the next thing I know, I find myself here." He then tossed away the bento box and looked around. "Just where in Shinano are we?" "I don't know, sir. But, judging by the looks of this place..." The half-Saiyan took another look at his surroundings. It looked like one of those worlds that his father had told him about when he worked for Frieza. "I'm not sure if we're in Japan or even Earth." "Huh? Have you been talking with Rakashi of the Science Fiction Club?" Fujisawa downed his cup of tea then tossed it away. "We're probably just somewhere outside of Tokyo or something. We can just take the next road out of this forest and which road should we take?" The history teacher took another look around and nodded. "Good point. Well, we can always ask the next person that comes along." As if on cue, someone did come along, or rather something. Something that had the head and flippers of a dolphin, yet its bottom half had feet, fur and a long tail. It came out from some tall reeds, waddled between the two and then bounced off into some more reeds on the other side of clearing before vanishing. To the young Saiyan, seeing an unearth-like creature was not all that surprising. He had witnessed many strange sights in his lifetime and had even seen the dragon Shenlong. Trunks simply turned to his sensei and said, "Sir, you didn't ask him." Masami Fujisawa was a different matter as he continued to stare at the grass where the animal had disappeared into. "You saw it too? Good. I thought I was having the disease." His hands trembled as he took out his pack of cigarettes and put one in his mouth. "Now take it easy. Everything will be all right." He used his lighter and took a puff before saying, "I know. A drink will make me feel better." He reached into his other pocket but let out a cry of anguish as he saw the empty bottle. "Oh no. Gone. No drink." The man then went on and on about his misfortune as he tossed away the bottle. "I don't know what I'll do. I've got to have a drink." That was when they both heard the high-pitched scream of a woman from nearby and turned in the direction of the sound. "Listen. Oh shit. Someone else is out of alcohol," Fujisawa commented. Then suddenly, someone else broke through the foliage and ran toward them. The woman then tripped and fell in front of them, her body totally exhausted. Both men ran up to her to wait and looked down. As soon as Mr. Fujisawa saw her, his face became beet red as he saw how scantily clad the woman was. She was dressed in an outfit that resembled a harem costume from out of the Arabian Nights. He covered his face while gesturing with one hand to Trunks. "Don't look. You're not old enough. I know just how easily you kids get stimulated." Trunks looked over to one side and saw something else approaching at high speed. "Sensei. What's that? I told you not to look." "No. I mean that." The teen grabbed both sides of his teacher's head and turned it for Fujisawa to see. The creatures were huge and disgusting as they charged toward the two and the woman. Their exoskeletons gleamed in the sunlight as their feet made loud clattering sounds. Their mandibles clicked and their antennae swayed back and forth as they advanced on their prey. "What are they? Some kind of giant bugs?" Fujisawa said as the monsters neared them. Trunks gritted his teeth. There was no choice now. He would have to reveal his Saiyan abilities as his sensei would be clearly no match for those things. He began powering up just as the first of the giant insects took a leap toward him. Wham! The young Saiyan stared at his teacher with amazement after seeing him backhand the giant bug away as if he were swatting. Well, a bug. He was so distracted by the casual show of super strength that he let his guard down, and that's when a dozen of those bugs dogpiled him and his teacher. However, a moment later, Fujisawa let loose with a flurry of punches, scattering the bugs like leaves. "Hey, Mr. Fujisawa. When did you get so strong? That was cool." The teacher looked down at his hands then smiled as he realized that the tables were turned. "All right." He then ran toward them, screaming out war cries and delivering crushing punches and kicks. The enemy fell all around him. Trunks was still flabbergasted at Fujisawa's performance that he nearly got blindsided by another of the bugs. However, the bug was sent flying into the stratosphere as the teen pivoted on one foot and sent a kick to its midsection. Fujisawa saw the exchange and then smiled as he called out to his student. "Hey Trunks. Looks like this crazy place has given you super strength as well." Trunks could only smile sheepishly as he sent another 5 bugs soaring into orbit. He then realized that he didn't have to hold back his strength in front of his teacher. There was no need to explain to him that he had been born with increased physical powers and such. He could just simply let his teacher assume that whatever had given him his power had also affected the half-Saiyan. Though he hated to deceive him, it was a far better solution than telling him that he was half-alien. On that note, Trunks decided to put his metal shot project to good use and unwrapped the bundle he had been toting. The sword gleamed in the sunlight as he drew it from its scabbard. The blade was a replica of the one that the future Trunks had left behind after the Cell Games. After having the alloys analyzed, Trunks had decided to make a blade of his own, just for the fun of it. His father had approved of his son following in the footsteps of his future self. The young warrior had spent many hours practicing with his new weapon and was quite proficient in swordplay. The beatings that the insects were getting were bad enough, but when Trunks began using that blade of his, it became a slaughter. They were soon retreating after more of their number fell, leaving the two men and the woman in peace. "Damn, I was just getting warmed up," Fujisawa commented as he watched the enemy depart. Trunks nodded as he sheathed his sword, then used the strap to hang it behind his back. He was now the spitting image of the future Trunks. At that moment, more people arrived on the scene, including a few heavily armed guards and some serving girls. They were all dressed in the same manner as that woman. As the girls went to the aid of their mistress, the bearded leader of the guards turned to her savior and knelt down in front of them. "Great warriors, we are forever in your debt for saving the life of our princess. From what kingdom do you hail from?" He then looked at Trunks and his eyes widened. Incredible! At that moment, the woman they had rescued came to and caught sight of the half-Saiyan. "Fatora, you are safe. Oh, how wonderful!" She ran towards Trunks and grasped his hands in her own. "Dear Fedora, we've all been so worried. Where have you been, sister? And what did you do to your hair?" Trunks realized that it was a case of mistaken identity as he gently broke off from her grasp. "Oops. Sorry about this, but I'm not your friend Fatora." The woman then backed off as she took another look at Trunks. "You're not?" She then saw that he was indeed not her lost sister, as he was definitely male. "No, my name is Trunks." Fujisawa nodded as he spoke for him. "He's right. I can vouch for him. He's one of my students. Ah, where are my manners? I'm Masamichi Fujisawa, a teacher at Shinano High School. We didn't mean to drop in on you like this, and we really got to be going. Would you mind telling us where we are? If not, can you direct us to the nearest subway?" Princess Rundinas continued to gaze at the youth whose face looked like her sister's and then nodded to the Lons, the captain of the guards. "Amazing. The resemblance is remarkable. Yes, and we were just on our way to the Oracle to ask on what to do on this situation. It's perfect. Yes." Lon stepped forward and bowed to Rune's rescuers. "Please, come with us, brave ones. We must reward you for your rescue of our beloved princess." Fujisawa held up his hands and tried to turn them down. "Well, thank you, but..." Lon shook his head. "Oh no. We insist. Please, come with us." As Trunks and his teacher were led away, the Saiyan half-breed wondered if anyone else had been pulled into this strange world with them. "So you're saying that this place is Elhazard?" Trunks asked as he and the others rode in a craft that resembled a boat but rode on anti-gravity fields instead of water. "Yes. From ancient times, it has been the holy land of our people," Lons replied as he refilled Fujisawa's cup. "Ah, I see you enjoy our wine, good sir. Yeah, this stuff is great." The teacher downed the cup in one go. Trunks was lost in thought as he recalled back to when he met that strange girl. The girl. She said something about sending me to El-Ezard. This must be it. Hans continued with his explanations as he refilled Fujisawa's cup again. The woman you had saved from the bug room is Princess Rundinus, the ruler of Rashtaria and the neighboring tribes of El-Ezard. She's royalty? Whoa. Trunks was impressed, though technically speaking, he was royalty himself. His grandfather had been the king of the Saiyans and his father had been the prince. That made him a prince as well, though the Saiyan race was all but gone now. Only his family and Goku's were all that was left of the once mighty galactic warriors. Vegeta and Goku were the last of the pureblood Saiyans. Gohan, Goten, himself and his sister Bra were half Saiyan, while Gohan's daughter Pen was 1/4. Trunks held up his hand as a bright light shone in front of the ship. Above them, strange bird life that resembled fish with wings flew above them. Do not be alarmed. We are merely coming to the end of the forest, Hans said as he gestured to the city that spread out before them. Welcome to the capital city of Floristica, the jewel of Rashtaria. Both Trunks and Fujisawa gazed in awe at the gleaming city before them. It resembled a more elaborate version of the ancient cities from 1001 Arabian Nights with gleaming spires, minarets, and bustling shops, taverns and stands. They continued to observe and wonder as they were led to the royal palace. I am Dr. Stolbo, the Dean of Science and advisor to the royal family, the old man said as he greeted both Trunks and Fujisawa. Both men were now sitting cross-legged in a dining room, eating the food that their hosts had provided for them. I must say that I am intrigued by the story that you had given to us about being from another world. I find it quite fascinating and would like to hear more about it. Well, I don't even know where to start, Trunks replied as he took another bite out of the fish on a stick. Some strange girl somehow transported us to this world, and we really need to get back. Fujisawa nodded as he took another sip of wine. Yes. We probably have made a lot of people back home worried. So if you could please send us back, then we'd be grateful. The dean sighed and shook his head. If we had the capability to send you back, then we would. However, I'm afraid that crossing dimensions is beyond us as we do not know the method in which you came to this world. Nor do we have the technology or ability to send you back. What? You can't send us home? Fujisawa exclaimed. Listen here. Back from where we come from, a missing student and teacher makes the damn headlines. Please understand that we are not refusing your request to send you home. We are eternally grateful for your saving our Princess Rundinus, but we do not have the means to grant your wishes. And with both the Phantom Tribe and Bugram at war with Rashtaria, we have very little time to devote to anything else but the defense of the Alliance. Bugram? You mean those big bugs we fought before? Trunks asked. Hans nodded. Yes. They were our most hated enemy and it is only through the unity of the tribes that we have been able to hold out against them. Stolgo nodded as he continued with his explanations. Yes. Beyond the holy river of God that separates El-Ezard, There lies a forbidden land where no man had ever entered. That is where the Bugrum Empire is. Their ruler, Queen Diva, leads the fearsome Bugrum against the tribes of El-Hazard. I shudder to think of what might happen to any person who happened to enter that place. Speaking of which, ow! Why is my cheek so swollen? Jimmy winced as he continued to wander around in the dense jungles. He then came to a clearing that had some kind of stone platform. It was at that moment that he heard some rustling sounds and turned around to see himself surrounded by Bugrum. The Bugrum happened to be our most fearsome foe at the moment, next to the Phantom tribe. I am very amazed to hear that the two of you were able to beat off so many. The dean remarked. Yeah, you were really kicking butt back there, Sensei. Trunks said. Yeah, you didn't do too badly yourself, Trunks. He then gestured to the sword that was laying beside his student. By the way, was that your metal shot project you were talking about? Trunks could only shrug while smiling sheepishly. Well, I got an A+, and it did come in handy, right? Remarkable that the two of you were able to accomplish such feats of great strength, Stalda said. Apparently, your journey across dimensions must have affected you, and your powers must have been a side effect of that journey. Right. A side effect. Trunks laughed nervously. If they only knew the truth about him. Lons then became serious as he got up and motioned for Trunks and Fujisawa to follow him. Please, come with me. There is something of great importance that I must show to you. Hey Trunks, since when did you start dressing like a drag queen? Fujisawa asked as he and Trunks saw the portrait of the princesses of Rashtaria. Trunks couldn't believe the resemblance between himself and the missing Fatora. Her face was almost identical and the only real differences were, of course, that Fatora was a female and that she had long brown hair, as opposed to his short, light purple hair. She looks like me. We could be twins. Yes, the resemblance is uncanny. Rune commented as she entered the room. That is a portrait of myself and my sister, done only a few days before she disappeared. So where is your sister? Do you have any idea? Rune shook her head while holding back her tears. Not a single clue. And I'm afraid that her disappearance couldn't have happened at a more inopportune time. What do you mean? Fujisawa asked. Rune turned to Lons to continue with the explanations. The captain of the guard nodded. Princess Rune and her sister Fatora are not only the rulers of Rashtaria, but they are also the controllers of the most powerful weapon in El-Hazard, known to all as the Eye of God. The Eye of God? Trunks asked. Lons wandered toward the open balcony and Trunks looked up to see a large spherical object high above in the night sky. At first he thought that he was looking at this world's moon, but then saw that the orb had a kind of line running across its equator and a circular design in the center, making it look like the Death Star of the Star Wars movies or a giant eye. At that point, Dr. Staldo took over with the explanations. Ever since the Holy War from ancient times, the Eye of God is considered the most powerful weapon in creation. Those who knew of its power would live in fear of becoming its target, and it is because of this the Bugram and the Phantom tribe have kept their distance from our borders thus far. Only the female members of the royal family of Rashtaria are able to control its devastating power. Now, with Princess Fatora missing, I fear that our enemies may use this opportunity to attack, and the alliance between Floristica and the rest of the neighboring tribes would collapse. Rune then stepped forward to gaze out into the balcony. It has all been foretold in the ancient prophecies. When the Eye of God blinks, the path to the sky will open up, and the Shadow Nations shall become one. Then the Golden Champion shall return to save us all. Golden Champion. I don't suppose she means a Super Saiyan, does she? I see. So what's this all got to do with me? And Trunks then blanched as he realized the purpose of bringing him here. Now hold on a minute. You don't really expect me to do what I think you want me to do? Tomorrow is the summit meeting between the leaders of all the neighboring tribes, Lon said. If they were to see that both princesses were present and ready to use the Eye of God at a moment's notice, then they would surely stand with us against the Bugram. And now hold on. I won't do it. I won't be somebody's sister. Please. I beg of you. Rune turned to face Trunks with tearful eyes. If you do not do this, then the fragile peace between Floristica and its allies would be in jeopardy. I won't do it. I won't dress as a woman. Clang. Trunks grumbled as he and his sensei sat in the dungeon, which happened to be a large column of stone with a wide gap circling it. It was more than 100 feet to the other side, and could only be reached via the folding platform, which was situated on the other end. This effectively eliminated the need for bars. At least, by human standards, Trunks was pretty certain that he could escape from the dungeon without trying. Heck, he wouldn't even have to fly. A good running jump would get him to the other side. However, there was his sensei to worry about, which was the main reason why he didn't resist the guards when they brought them to this place. Trunks shook his head again as he tried to figure a way out of this mess without revealing the true nature of his powers to his history teacher. Bugram territory. Well boys, you can all relax now that your friend Jinai is here. Jinai sat beside the Bugram around a campfire, patting their backs in friendly comradeship. When one of them offered him a bread-like loaf, he took it and bit into it. Whoa! Thanks, pal. This stuff is the man of the gods. Yes, Yuri, we are going to get along real well. Back in the dungeon. Damn, and we got off to a good start too. Fujisawa commented as he stared at the door on the other side. So do you have any ideas? Don't worry about it, Trunks. With our new superpowers, we can escape from this dungeon easily. Check it out. He got up and ran to the other side of the column. He then tensed up and got up to full steam, running toward the edge for a jump for the exit. However, he didn't get very far. Fujisawa jump. Whoa! Trunks had to move really fast to catch his sensei and bring him back over the edge before he fell. The history teacher was panting hard as he saw just how close he was from plummeting down the pit. I don't get it. What happened to all my superpowers? At the Bugrum Citadel, Queen Diva was quite attractive for a humanoid Bugrum. She had a very slender figure and her hair was a bright magenta. Minor things such as the fact that she had antennae and wasp-like wings only served to enhance her good looks. However, her attractive visage hid a much more insidious and cruel personality as she gazed at the newcomer who was led to her throne by her loyal followers. She stood up from her throne and faced Kaseko Jinai as her subjects kneeled on either side of the aisle that led to her. I am Diva. I am Queen, ruler of the omnipotent Bugrum. Jinai returned the grand greeting with his own. I am Katushiko Jinai, and I hail from a land far greater than all others. I am the ruler of Shinaim High School. Diva studied the person before her for a moment before addressing him once again. Is it possible that your arrival here is the long-awaited advent? Sure. Yar. Of course I am. Then tell me. Are you the messenger sent from God to lead us? Yar. Messenger? I'm asking you if you are the messenger sent from God to lead us in battle against our enemies in El-Hazard. Jinai smiled as he replied, Yes. I am the one who will lead you to battle and conquest. Now that's my kind of mission. Diva smiled as she saw her way to glory in this person. Then you are the one. Jinai's smirk became even more pronounced as he got a rousing cheer from the assembled Bugrum and began milking this newfound fame and power for all it was worth. We will conquer. I will lead you to victory. Diva joined in with her followers. We shall be victorious and El-Hazard shall finally belong to us. As the cheers grew even louder, Jinai chuckled to himself. Here he had found a much greater destiny than the one he left behind on Earth. Why rule over a few hundred students when he could have an entire world at his fingertips? The Dungeon of Floristica. Hey Trunks, do you think you could jump to the other side? Maybe you still have your powers. I guess so. Trunks replied tentatively. It wasn't that he couldn't do it. When he was 10 years old, he was already capable of making 35-foot broad jumps. Getting to the other side would be a snap. He walked over to the other side of the column to get a good running start, then paused for a minute before walking back to his sensei. What's wrong, Trunks? Did you lose your powers too? No. It's not that, Mr. Fujisawa. I just thought of something. Even if I did get to the other side and move that platform over for you to get out, then exactly where would we go after we fight our way out of the palace? What? Think about it. We're not only on another world, but in another dimension entirely. Where could we go or who could we turn to for help? We don't know anyone here and we don't have any money. Even if we did, I doubt that Roshtarian people would accept Japanese yen, American dollars or any other kind of Earth currency. We don't have a single idea of how we got here, other than that strange girl, and we have even less of an idea of how to get back. So where are we going to go? Fujisawa sank to his knees as the words of his student became clear to his alcoholic mind. He was right. They could be in the dungeon, lost in the woods, trapped in the desert, or swimming in the sea. It didn't matter, for this entire world had become their prison. The next morning, in the dungeon. "Oh man, I really need a drink," Fujisawa moaned as he puffed another cigarette from his dwindling supply. He was lying on his side with several cigarette butts strewn on the floor. Sitting cross-legged beside him, Trunks was deep in thought as he recalled the words of Rune Venus. "When the eye of God blinks, the path to the sky will open and the Shadow Nation becomes one." The eye of God. He then addressed his sensei. "Sensei ... what kind of weapon do you think this eye of God is?" "Don't know. Maybe it's like a nuclear bomb or something. I've got an idea about this eye of God thing, and a drink is more important than your ideas." Masamikai then got up and began to get hysterical. "If I don't get a drink soon, I'm going to go crazy. Hey, Mr. Fujisawa, don't do it." Trunks immediately got to his feet and ran after his sensei as he dashed toward the edge of the column. He then stopped in his tracks as he saw his teacher jump the gap with more than 3 feet to spare and then pound his fist into a nearby wall, crumbling it. At that moment, the doors to the dungeon opened and in stepped Blums and 2 of the guards. They stood in shock as they now saw a large hole in the wall. Mr. Fujisawa could only laugh nervously as it appeared to the guards that he was about to make an escape. Trunks couldn't believe that he was doing this as the handmaidens began dressing him in the garb of royalty. Female royalty, that is. To his more muscular frame, he used looser fabrics and had to tie down his waist to make it appear more feminine. Beside him, Fujisawa was chugging down a bottle of wine, feeling good with himself. "I figured out what turns you into Superman. You're being sober. The less you drink, the stronger you get." The history teacher looked down at his bottle and winced. "Is that all? Well, if that isn't a cursed gift. But what about you? I don't drink, so it's no problem for me." Masamikai then took another slug before asking his student, "By the way, what made you change your mind about the disguise?" "The eye of God." Trunks wrinkled his nose as facial powder was applied. "What do you mean?" "When the eye of God blinks and the path to the sky opens up, and the Phantom Nation becomes one. What I think that means is that the Phantom Nation is another dimension that overlaps with this one and vice versa." "Come again?" Trunks sighed as he realized that he was talking like his mother again. "The eye of God is a weapon, right? That must mean that it's able to break through the dimensional wall." Trunks silently added, "And it may be our only chance of getting back home since this world doesn't have anything like the Dragon Balls. It's not like I can just go look for them and wish for the eternal dragon to send us back. So what you're saying is that if we can somehow get a hold of it, then theoretically, we can get back home. That's the plan," Trunks said as the servants applied a special dye, which colored his hair brown and then added a wig of long tresses. so we just play along. He was then crowned with a large hat that completed the ensemble. The servants bowed and left, whispering among themselves that it would never work. As soon as Trunks turned around, Fujisawa gave him a wolf whistle. Mama, how about a date? He then began laughing. Trunks growled at his sensei. Don't you ever say that to me. At that moment, Rune and Lums entered the chambers and smiled as they appraised the handiwork of the handmaidens. You are so beautiful. You look just like my dear sister Fatora. Yes, he is the very image of Her Highness. Lums agreed. Gee, thanks, Trunks said with a bit of sarcasm. Now don't you worry, Trunks. I mean, Fatora. Just stay close to me during the summit meeting and everything will be fine. Right. Trunks replied with depression. He was thankful that neither his father nor his mother could see him right now. At that moment, another person entered the chambers. He was a tall man with long, straight, silver-white hair that was combed back. He wore blue-white robes and black ties. Princess Gallus, you know that only members of the royal family are allowed in here, Rune said as she smiled at her betrothed. Well, can't you bend the rules for your fiancé? The newcomer said as he took Venus' hand and kissed the back of it. He then turned to greet the others and stopped short when he beheld the Princess Fatora. He then recomposed himself and turned back to Rune. I heard about the attack yesterday and I dropped everything and rushed over here to make certain that you were safe. If anything had happened to you, I just wouldn't know what to do. Your concern for my well-being is very reassuring, Rune said with a bit of red in her cheeks. I had thought that your pilgrimage was supposed to be in secret. However, did the Bugwum find out about it? Perhaps there is a spy in our midst. I pray that isn't the case. Lums then gave a polite cough and interrupted the couple, saying that Rune and her sister need to prepare for the day's events. Gallus nodded as he gave Rune's hand another kiss and then bowed to the others. Before leaving, he paused before Trunks and addressed him in a polite manner. You're as beautiful as ever, Princess. Trunks could only smile sweetly, more torturous for him than any of his training sessions, and replied in the most girlish he could muster. Thank you, dear future brother-in-law. Gallus nodded as he took his hand and gave it a kiss before departing. It took all of Trunks' young will not to throw up, though he was very curious about that character. Like the other Z-fighters, Trunks had learned to sense a person's power levels and there was something odd that Gallus was hiding about himself. Masamichi Fujisawa made a disparaging comment about Gallus, in which Dr. Stolba voiced out his opinion about him when he joined the group. Rune quickly silenced them as she led Trunks toward the main hall where the other leaders were waiting. Trunks was exhausted that night as he went to Fatora's room to sleep. The entire day had been so hectic and full of close calls, that on several occasions, he had been tempted to give up and to hell with the whole charade. If it were not for Princess Rune's guidance, he would not been able to convince the tribal leaders that he was the missing Fatora. And then there was that time in which he had to go. When he came to the royal bathroom, he found that it had more than 24 handmaidens kneeling on the sidelines of the aisle leading to the toilet. So much for privacy, and Trunks had to hold it in until he found the servants' restrooms. Even then, he had to wait until it was completely empty before relieving himself. Now all he wanted to do was sleep. He didn't even bother to change into some night clothes as he plopped down into the bedroom. It was at that moment that he felt the presence of another getting into the bed with him. He suddenly stiffened as he felt a pair of small hands roaming over his more private areas, and then heard a sultry voice whispering to him, "Hello, Fatora. It is your true love, Olieli, here to soothe your tired bones." Now, as soon as the girl began licking her away up his thigh, Trunks couldn't take it anymore. Yay! Somewhere out in the desert, Nanami moaned as she came to an oasis and handed the merchant the last of her yen for some water. However, the man took one look at the alien currency, blew his nose with it, crumpled it up and threw it away. Jinai's sister moaned and said, "Why does my life have to be so hard in every world?" End of Chapter 1. Author's notes. Well, as you may have surmised, in this version, there is no Makoto Mizukura. Now don't get me wrong. I like the character Makoto, but he was just like Kazuki of Duo, Tenchi Masaki of Tenchi Muyo, and all those other male heroes who are mostly wimpy, sensitive types, and I was getting tired of that. Now I decided to recast Trunks into the starring role, and as we all know, he is more than capable of taking care of himself and kicking butt. It was an experiment in which I couldn't resist. I kept on getting ideas about a demon god versus a Super Saiyan, and also exploring the inner personality of Trunks. With the exception of the future Trunks in Dragon Z during the Cell games, we really don't see much in the way of character development for Trunks until much later in Dragon Ball GT. Even then, that isn't saying much. The first chapter is probably the closest to the original as I can get. As the story progresses along, the readers will notice many changes and such. Why did I alter Fatora's appearance to look more like Trunks? Well, how else could I get Trunks to wear a dress? Grin. Okay, enough small talk. In the second chapter, Trunks will be even more hard-pressed to keep his powers under wraps as he and his group travel to find their way home. They will have to consult the great priestesses of Mount Moldu, and the first person they encounter will be none other than Shayla. And you can bet that Trunks will make more of an impression with her than Makoto ever did. For those of you who are wondering if the other Z fighters will make an appearance, well, that would be telling. Oh, and if I spelled any of the characters' names wrong, then I apologize and will spell them right the next time if the readers would give me the correct spellings. See you then. Less than PNG border equals 0 height equals 1 src equals double quote hazard 1 underscore files slash visit dot gif width equals 1 greater than asterisk chapter 2 asterisk the second night fire and wind enter Dragon Ball Lizard by Young Animatic Dion. Thoughts the second night fire and wind. Enter Shale and it from man. The denizens of Floristica were startled from their slumber as a horrified scream was heard from the heights of the palace towers. They became even more startled when a huge explosion flashed from the top of the east tower, blowing out the room within. The palace guards were on the scene in a flash as they burst into Fatora's room. They stood in shock as they saw a huge gaping hole in the wall and the entire area was in shambles. The bed was only good for firewood now and the entire floor had been torn up. Lying dazed with her feet sticking up was Olyili. She moaned a bit as her eyes were glazed with disbelief. Leaning against one of the remaining walls, still in his princess disguise, Trunks was panting hard and clutching at his chest. Okay. He admitted that he did go overboard with that energy blast, but no one had ever grabbed him down there. Olyili had been completely taken in by the disguise and naturally decided to take certain liberties that she usually had with the real Princess Fatora. She had been just as surprised to find something that wasn't supposed to be there. Trunks could only laugh nervously and shrug his shoulders at the confused guards. Don't worry. I'm always this lively at bedtime. The very next morning. Come again? You're Fatora's lover? Fujisawa asked as he, Trunks and the girls sat in the ruined bedchambers. The young girl with the dark purple hair nodded as she explained. Yes, I was out visiting relatives and I just came back to Rashtaria last night. She then looked as if she was about to cry as thought about her missing princess. I had just heard that my dear, sweet Fatora is missing. Oh, I never should have left her. Excuse me, but haven't you ever thought of changing? Fujisawa asked. No. I love her. I'll never give her up. Trunks' sweat dropped. I'm really sorry about all this, Olyili is it? It's just that. The girl then composed herself and nodded to him. Oh, don't worry. I promise that I won't snitch. We've just got to find Fatora. I'm totally lost without my darling. Both Fujisawa and the young Saiyan became even more uncomfortable as Olyili began describing her lover in very lewd details. Luckily, she was too wrapped up in finding her beloved. Olyili had not even asked or mentioned about that strange light that had appeared and destroyed the bedchambers. She was not all that sure what had happened and decided that it was of no importance to her finding her darling Fatora. It is very important that no one is to suspect that anything is wrong and continue pretending that Trunks is the princess. Olyili. Yes, Your Majesty, I understand. Olyili replied to Rune as they stood in the chamber. Nearby, Trunks stood uncomfortably as the handmaidens reapplied the makeup and adjusted his traveling clothes. He was desperately wishing to be in his normal clothes again, but as long as he was standing in for the missing Fatora, he had endured this charade. He was now keeping his regular clothes and sword in the capsules that he carried with him. He always had a supply of the wondrous storage devices with him, since his mother had inherited the capsule corp from Dr. Briefs, his human grandfather. Dr. Briefs and his wife had recently retired and let their daughter Bulma take up the reins. Though his father would never admit it openly, Vegeta did find the capsules to be very full. The business had thrived so much, Trunks' family was now among the richest in the world. They were wealthier than even that 24-carat fake Hercules Phaeton. Behind him, Fujisawa was sitting on the floor and fashioning a length of rope. He was genuinely enjoying himself as he was looking forward to the journey ahead. He looked up to Dr. Stolbo and Lons. "So tell me more about this Mount Muldoon and why we have to go there." Stolbo nodded as he replied. Atop the holy mountain reside the three great priestesses of Muldoon. They are the keepers of the ancient laws and the sacred elemental lamps. Each controls an aspect of nature and they are known far and wide for their great powers and wisdom. It is they who hold the key to unsealing the Eye of God. And the only people who can make that request are the members of the royal family of Rashtaria, namely Princess Rue and Fujisawa glanced over to where Trunks was. Princess Fatora. Correct. Lon said. And because of the Bugwum attack yesterday, we fear that it is too dangerous for Princess Rune to leave the palace. Therefore, we think that it would be safer instead for Trunks to go to Mount Muldoon and ask the three priestesses to unseal the Eye of God. Trunks sighed sadly as the handmaidens put on the last of the makeup. Isn't there any other way to? I'm afraid not. Rune said. The three priestesses are the only ones who can unseal the Eye of God and they will only do so on the command of the royal family. But I'm not part of the royal family. Trunks said with exasperation. True, but until we can find our long-lost Princess Fatora, you shall have all the authority and responsibilities of Her Highness. Lon said. You are our emissary to Mount Muldoon and we are certain that the priestesses will grant our request. Trunks could only shake his head and sighed again. At that moment, as his sensei was reeling in his homemade mountain climbing gear, something peeked out from behind a curtain and reached for a piece of rope. A feline head emerged, followed by a furry body and a fluffy tail. The cat padded over to where Trunks was and sat down on its haunches. Trunks looked down at it and saw that it had thick, brown fur and an orange mane that went from the top of its head, ran down its spine and ended in a lush tail. The feline cocked its head at Trunks, then amazingly, it spoke. Fatora. Huh? Rune then noticed the animal and smiled. Oh yes, I almost forgot. You shall be protected. She then gave the cat a sharp command. Yura. The cat got back to its feet and hunched over as it tensed up, ready to pounce. In an instant, it leapt at Trunks and flattened out its body, wrapping itself around his torso. The young Scion almost powered up in surprise but managed to keep himself under control as he looked at Rune and Lons in surprise. What kind of crazy cat is this? Rune chuckled a bit. What you call a cat? We the royal family use his living armor. Yura used to be Fator's and now she will protect you. Ah, he looks even more like Her Highness with the cat around him. Lons commented. He sure does. Even I'm getting turned on. Fator said coolly. Trotting's sweat dropped heavily, then looked at the cat that was now wrapped around him. Yura's head was located near his left shoulder. Hey Yura. Nice to meet you. I'm Trottings. Yura smiled as she cried out his name. Trottings. Trottings. She liked the way he smelled and he seemed very nice. Princess Rune watched from the balcony as the cruiser lifted off for Mount Muldoon. Aboard the vessel, Trunks, Oyeili and Fujisawa looked out toward the horizon as the craft sped along. The history teacher and devoted mountain climber was more than ecstatic at the prospect of climbing Muldoon, in which Lons had described as the most treacherous ascent that few had ever attempted and survived. As Rune watched the cruiser become a distant dot, she sighed and hoped that their mission was a successful one. Walking up behind her to join her on the balcony, Gallows nodded as he too watched the cruiser disappear over the horizon. I'm quite certain that your sister will be successful in convincing the great priestesses to unseal the Eye of God. Yes. Rune replied without taking her eyes off the horizon. Gallows then looked over to the main courtyard and was slightly puzzled when he saw that one of the spires of the upper fences had been torn off. On the cruiser, Fujisawa admired the homemade pickaxe that he had fashioned from that piece of fence. Standing at the bow of the ship, Trunks grumbled. This trip was taking too long for his liking. He could have just as easily gotten to end up Mount Muldoon in minutes at full flying speed. However, it was just too risky. He couldn't reveal to his teacher that he had more than just super strength. If they ever did get home, he would have had a hard time explaining to him that his father was from another planet and that others like him were on Earth. Heck, most of the populace believed that Mr. Satan was the one who had defeated the super android Cell 17 years ago. Only the Z-Fighters and a few others knew the truth that it had been the work of Goku and his son Gohan. Goku had sacrificed his life to keep Self from destroying the world and Gohan had finished the monster off. So for now, Trunks just had to endure the relatively slow and arduous journey by traveling like a normal person. It was made even worse that he had to do it in a dress. Meanwhile, as these events were taking place, in the Bugram Citadel, a great celebration was unfolding. The insect race were ecstatic as they had just conquered a neighboring territory with relative ease, thanks to their new general, Katsuhiko Jinai. Jinai stood proudly as he was awarded the Bugram's highest award from Queen Diva. Under his leadership, the territory of Bedlam had fallen with very little trouble for the giant insects. Since the Bugram forces had become more organized with Nanami's brother at the helm, the minor countries stood very little chance of defending against the invaders. It was only a matter of time before Rashtaria itself would be under siege. Later on, Jinai was relaxing in Queen Diva's private chambers. The Bugram Empress smiled at her new general as she lunged on an elaborate sofa opposite to them. I must say that I am very impressed, Mr. Jinai. An entire country falls to the might of our forces, thanks to you. Fa 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 fa. You can think of that territory as a small appetizer. Now I suppose you would like to be served up the main course. Say, the Kingdom of Rashtaria. You make our sound so delicious. At that moment, a small, winged bugrum flew into the room and landed before his queen. He then relayed an urgent message to her, which made the Empress frown as she addressed her new ally in conquest. Mr. Jinai, I have just received some very disturbing news. Do you recall the weapon that I had told you about? Yes. You called it the Eye of God. What of it? It seems that accursed Rune Venus has sent her sister Fatora to Mount Muldoon to ask the three priestesses to unseal the weapon. If that happens, then all of our plans shall be ruined. Is that all? Don't you worry about that. Jinai gave an off-handed wave. But the Eye of God is the most powerful weapon in all of El-Hazard. Nothing can stand against it. Fa. So what? Jinai scoffed as he stood up. Any weapon, no matter how powerful it may be, is of little value unless its owner uses it. The nuclear missiles that were created during the Cold War on my world were destructive, but they ended up as overgrown paperweights and were never used. As I recall you telling me, the Eye of God needs both princesses of Rashtaria to activate it. The answer is quite simple. We just eliminate little Princess Fatora and the Eye of God is of no consequence. Fa 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 fa. Queen Diva became even more intrigued at her new commander as he casually spoke about murdering one of the members of Rashtaria's royal family. In a hidden cavern beneath the city of Floristica. Our plans are going smoothly, but there has been a little snag. Gallius said as he addressed a blue-skinned woman that was wearing a dark cloak and kneeling before him. The Princess Fatora has left for Mount Muldoon to consult with the great priestesses to unseal the Eye of God. Kyria's head went up when heard of this. What? That is impossible, my lord. Yes, indeed. Princess Rune has found a double and the members of the ruling council believe that this impostor is her sister. And I cannot reveal this fake Fatora to them for I would fall under direct suspicion for having knowledge of it. It must be a cruel irony that you cannot expose this impostor. No matter. This turn of events does afford us an excellent opportunity. I have disseminated information about this fake Fatora's whereabouts to the Bugrum. They will surely attack the double to prevent her from unsealing the Eye of God. In the confusion, I want you to assassinate this impostor. As you wish, my lord. With these words, the Phantom Tribeswoman faded from view to do her ruler's bidding. Trunks sighed as he trudged with Oyeili up the steep slopes of Mount Muldoon. Padding alongside them was Yura. Ahead of them, walking briskly and having a good time of it was Mr. Fujisawa. He was singing a little ditty as he continued to ascend. Oh, don't ever fall in love with a mountain man. He'll leave your heart in a valley as he climbs again. He soon came to a signpost which indicated the direction of the mountain path they were taking. He then took a look around him and whistled at the rocky terrain below. Wow! Lookout helps. The Himalayas would look like anthills compared to this. He turned around and called back to others. Hey! Hurry up back there. You are missing great view. You kids today got no stamina. Oliele panted as she was unused to traveling for so long and on such rough terrain. I think your teacher is on another one of his trips. That's what the caravan said when we left them behind. Trunks replied. He wasn't feeling tired, thanks to his unique physiology. The only real challenge was restraining himself from just taking off and flying up the mountainside. He was restricted to just trudging along like a normal, though super strong human being. Eventually, the trio stopped to rest on a rocky ledge before ascending the mountain once again. However, they were not alone as several pairs of beady eyes and one pair of squinty ones were watching them with murderous intent. Since their collective power levels were relatively low and they were quite some distance away, Trunks could barely sense them and assumed that they were just part of the usual background energies. Trunks, I would know you anywhere, in any world. You think that flimsy disguise would fool me? Jinai then caught sight of Oliele. Ah, the Princess Fatora. She'll die anyway. He turned to address his band of Bugrum. Hear me, my devoted. It is time to crush our enemies into the ground. The insects nodded as they began to move forward to attack. However, Jinai waved them back and started yelling at them. What's the matter with you? You can't just march in there against a mine like that. We need a plan. Jinai paused for a moment before slamming a fist into a palm. Oh yeah. A little further up the trail. As you can see, this is a perfect opportunity for an ambush. Jinai said as he pointed to a sign which indicated to the left fork in the road. The Bugrum could only scratch their heads in confusion as they didn't comprehend their leader's intent. Jinai slapped his forehead before reaching up and turning the sign to point toward the right fork in the road. There. Now do you understand? The Bugrum all pounded one fist into the other hand in instant comprehension. The fanatical former student president sighed as he said, "You must give up this irritating notion of honesty. I shall teach you how to commit the perfect foul. Now follow me. Faster. Faster. They'll be here any minute." Jinai paced in front of the group of Bugrum as they continued to dig a deep pit trap. Where I come from, this would be called the ultimate pitfall. He then addressed a large, purple-colored Bugrum. You there, Groucho. Stop your slacking. The insect looked up and pointed to himself while emitting some noises which loosely translated as, "Who me? Damn right I'm talking to you." Nanami's brother then pointed to the others. "From now on, your names are Harpo, Chico, Seppo and Gummo." He then spoke to another Bugrum that walked up to him. "Yes, what is it, Margaret?" The Bugrum indicated with a flick of his antennae. This caused Jinai to go into a rage. "What? They took the other route. Trunks. He always seems to be there to mess up my plans. Let's go. Sometime later, Trunks sighed for the umpteenth time as he and his group made their way across some very narrow and crumbling stone bridges. Below them was a deep chasm. One wrong move would give a person a very long time to wave goodbye as he plummeted to his death. Of course, Trunks wasn't worried about that since he could fly. What got him upset was the fact that there had been an easier way of getting to the top. However, Mr. Fujisawa had insisted on taking the scenic route. This included clinging to the sheer face of a very narrow pathway, scaling the most steepest side of Mount Moldu and entering a cavern that would freeze anything in a hard crystal substance. The young Saiyan found the heavy robes he was wearing as cumbersome and ill-sweet to the journey. How can anybody wear these things? And that girdle he was forced to wear wasn't helping either. Shoot! What's with this silly wind and stuff? And where is the damn snow? Fujisawa complained as they continued on their way. After losing his bottle of wine in the crystal cavern, Fujisawa's superhuman strength had been steadily returning. Oyeili gasped as more of the bridge they were traversing began to crumble. Please, sir, be quiet or you'll cause the whole bridge to collapse. Walking ahead of them, Yura stopped suddenly as she sensed an evil presence. Her suspicions were confirmed as the rest of the group stopped when they heard Jinai's crazed and maniacal laughter. Then the villain himself appeared from behind a rock on the other side of the bridge. Well, if it isn't my arch-nemesis, Trunks. Long time, no see. Trunks' eyes widened as he saw him. Huh? Jinai? You got transported here too? As always, my arch-rival contrives once again to ruin my plans of greatness with his meddling. Huh? What are you talking about? We're just here to... Don't hand me that. Jinai shouted in outrage. You are here to stop me from assuming my rightful place as ruler of El Hazard. Well, you're not going to get in my way this time. You're talking funny again. On a nearby ledge, the servant of Galus watched as the drama played itself out. If this Jinai person succeeded in his bid to eliminate the fake Fatora, then she would not even have to get involved. By the way, speaking things that are funny, that sure is a cute outfit you're wearing, Trunks. Hey, it's not what you think. Jinai shrugged as he snapped his fingers, signaling for his Bugrum followers to appear. Personally, I would have thought that a funeral shroud would be more appropriate. It's those bugs again. Fujisawa exclaimed as he began backing away from the other end of the bridge. Found some new friends, eh Jinai? Trunks growled as he tensed up. Yura nodded as she leapt up and wrapped herself around her new master's upper body. These are my new followers, Trunks. They shall put an end to your existence for good. Begin. Two of the Bugrum came up and started chipping away large chunks at the base of the bridge. Oh boy. Retreat. Masamikai did an about-face with the others but then stopped short as he saw another pair of Bugrum chipping away at the other side. Jinai continued to laugh maniacally as he watched his foe helpless and unable to do anything. Fujisawa then caught sight of another bridge parallel to the one they were standing on some 30 feet away. Dropping his pickaxe, he swept up Ardieli in his arms and called to Trunks. Trunks, follow my lead. Fujisawa and Trunks leapt as the bridge collapsed beneath them. The history teacher and girl made it to the other bridge, but Trunks and Fury overshot them and landed on another ledge some 60 feet away. Jinai gasped in disbelief. What the? The mountain climber smirked as he taunted their tormentor. Fa! How do you like our super jumps? I don't go on the wagon for nothing. Ardieli gazed at Trunks and asked her savior. I don't understand, Sensei teacher. How did Trunks make it over there? Fujisawa shrugged. I guess since Trunks doesn't drink, he's probably at full strength. I'm still feeling a bit. Oops. Fujisawa then saw that the bridge beneath him was also crumbling away, and he then began leaping from bridge to bridge, trying to get away. Even with his returning superpowers, it was quite a workout. Fortunately, Trunks was there to lend them a hand. As soon as he saw that his sensei was having difficulties, he started leaping toward them. Just as he reached them, Masamika and Ardieli had landed on a very thin bridge and began falling. The young half-Saiyan grabbed the both of them in the jump and poured on the speed. After them, Jinai shouted as he climbed on the back of Groucho. The Bugrum began chasing after their retreating prey, taking the more stable routes up the mountain. Hang on, guys! With both people firmly in hand, the son of Vegeta leaped like a frog that was hopped up, pardon the pun, on steroids, putting more distance between them and their pursuers. When they came to a wall of a sheer cliff, Trunks didn't even pause as he made a high jump that would have given him a platinum medal at the Olympics. The three people and cat rocketed upward and reached a level plateau. It was a high jump of more than 100 feet with some 250 pounds weighing Trunks down. However, as Trunks landed on the edge of the cliff, it crumbled under his feet. Before he began falling, he quickly tossed his sensei and Ardieli to safety. Trunks! Fujisawa cried out as he scrambled toward the edge and looked down at his student as he fell. It seemed that he was lost. As Trunks hurtled down toward the ground, he knew that there was no other way. He was going to have to fly. However, before he could power up his energy to stop his descent, Yura decided to step in, and aware of her new master's other abilities, she reacted swiftly to save Trunks' life. Extending her front paws while keeping the rest of her body wrapped around him, the cat dug her claws into the rocky cliffside. The two of them slowed to a stop, and the feline then raced back up the mountain with Trunks in tow. Though he hadn't been in any real danger, the half-Saiyan was grateful to the cat all the same. Hey! Cool. Thanks, Yura. It's a job, Yura said nonchalantly. By the time they reached the plateau, Trunks saw that Fujisawa had his hands full fighting off the Bugrum. He knew that his teacher was still under the effects of the alcohol that he had been drinking, and wasn't at full strength. He was getting worn down as he and Olyili were being forced back toward another steep mountain wall. The fact that they were outnumbered 10-1 also took its toll. There was no point in hiding his full abilities anymore. Trunks knew that he had to save them. He began running toward them while starting to power up. Yura became a bit puzzled as she felt a strange energy begin to course through his body. At that moment, Kiria smiled as held up her crossbow and aimed. Trunks' head was in her sights, and with the Bugwum now moving to attack him, her target was therefore distracted and she had the perfect shot. She too was confused as she thought she saw Trunks start to glow. At that moment, she was momentarily blinded as a beam of light struck the ground between Trunks and the Bugwum, causing them to stop in their tracks. Everyone looked up in the direction of where that beam had come from, and Trunks began sensing a very strong power level. Atop a ledge some 50 feet above the plateau, the woman stood with her hands on her hips and glaring at Jinai and the Bugwum. She had bright red hair that was cropped in stylish disarray and trailed down behind her in a long tail. Her eyes were a very attractive green shade. Her skin was a light bronze. She was wearing a red dress that had a hem that barely reached mid-thigh. On her forehead was a headband. Her arms had brown leather elbow pads, and her hands were wearing fingerless gloves. On her left thigh was a kind of leather holster, and she wore brown boots. On her hips, the tops of her boot toes, her headband and the back of her dress were several round jewels. The newcomer seemed to radiate a kind of sensual fire, and Olyili instantly became enamored at her. Ooh, red hair. She couldn't keep her eyes off the voluptuous beauty before them as she continued to glare at Jinai and his Bugwum forces. Then she spoke in a voice that emulated her position as the chief priestess of fire. And just who gave you the permission to commit murder on the holy mountain of God? Jinai sneered at the interfering woman who dared get in his way. Permission? I'll commit murder wherever I want. Get her. Two of the Bugwum leapt to attack the newcomer, but the female simply held up a hand and shot out a gout of flame which frightened the insects and sent them crashing down to the ground. Not bad, Trunks remarked. He then reached into the front of his outfit and took out one of the capsules that he carried with him. Go get him, sister. Olyili cheered. The woman smirked as she looked down at Jinai and the rest of the Bugwum. I've been itching for a fight. At that moment, her holster opened up as she reached down to take out the lamp of fire. With one quick motion, the device was mounted over her left hand as she grasped the handle at the front and pulled. The handle was attached to a thin wire, which began cocking back the ignition lever like an ancient lighter. When the striker clicked and then struck the flint, the ancient power of elemental fire was activated. The jewels of her clothes began to glow and emitted streams of light between them. The woman stood in a ready stance as the streams of energy formed wing-like projections about her. Her voice echoed as she tensed up. Get ready. She then leapt down at her foes. Get ready to die. The energy streams gave her a kind of limited flight ability, as if she were moving in lesser gravity. She landed among the hordes and caused a massive explosion of flames, scattering the giant insects like ashes. The Bugwum screamed in agony as their forces became the target of a flaming she-devil. At this point, Trunks pressed the top of the capsule and tossed it to one side. Boom! The capsule exploded and released its cargo, which was a large duffel bag that contained Trunks' regular clothes and his sword. He quickly opened it and grabbed his blade before rushing toward the scene of the battle, intent on helping their new ally. His Saiyan blood began to heat up as his desire for combat started to appear. He quickly slung his sword onto his back and unsheathed the weapon. The Fire Priestess was lost in the heat of battle, literally, as she leapt to and fro, barbecuing her enemies with every landing. It seemed that nothing could stop her. However, though she was quite powerful, she also had a personality to match her fiery position. She fought with the fury of a volcano, but with very little skill, letting her power simply overwhelm her enemies. When she landed in the midst of a large group of Bugwum, she found herself in a bad position. One Bugwum got too close behind for her to bring up her firepower and she braced for impact. WHOMP. The Bugwum was sent flying as Trunks' sidekick connected. The newcomer then gasped as she saw what appeared to be a girl wielding a very wicked-looking broadsword. Around her chest was some kind of cat. The priestess had to blink several times and wondered if she was seeing things as the girl blurred in and out, flashing that blade and swinging it about. Mr. Fujisawa and Oyili also gaped in shock as they tried to follow Trunks' movements. However, he was moving too fast for them to catch all of his actions. Every now and then they would see a brief glimpse of him as he battled with the Bugwum, then disappear again, only to reappear somewhere else. The only thing that they could discern was the deadly flash of light that his sword produced as he cut through the Bugwum ranks. After 15 seconds of the dazzling display, Trunks blurred into sight and stopped in a ready pose with sword held high. The Bugwum stood motionless like statues and a foreboding silence came over the area. Then the giant insects collapsed to the ground and fell to pieces. Jinai gulped after witnessing the display and called for a tactical retreat. He quickly jumped onto Groucho's back. As the self-proclaimed future ruler hightailed it out of there with his remaining followers, he shouted back at his rival. "This isn't over yet, Trunks. I'll be back." The red-haired woman watched the Bugwum depart and then turned to the girl who had helped her. She had not heard Jinai calling the Saiyan by his real name. "I must say, that was really impressive. Though I really didn't need your help, I appreciate it all the same." Trunks shrugged as he casually tossed his sword up into the air and leaned sideways to his left. This movement brought his scabbard up vertically and the weapon landed easily into it, sheathing itself with a clang before he stood up straight. "You really know how to use that, don't you?" she commented. Yuri was more than flabbergasted after what had just happened. She had been with her new master the whole time and even she couldn't believe it. She had never moved that fast before. She looked up at him with awe. It had all been a blur. Trunks smiled down at his friend and motioned for her to disembark. Now that the danger was over, the cat obeyed and unwrapped herself. She landed lightly onto the ground and sat down on her haunches, still looking at Trunks in wonder. At that moment, Mr. Fujisawa and Oyeili ran up to them. Master Trunks, I mean, Mistress Futora, are you all right? Oyeili called out. The woman's eyes widened when she heard this. Futora? You mean, you're? Trunks sighed as he realized that he had to take up the charade again. He winced a bit as she introduced him, herself. Yes, I'm Princess Futora, sister to Princess Rune of the royal family of Rashtaria. Nice to meet with you. The woman smiled as she introduced herself. I am the High Priestess of Fire of Mount Muldoon. Around here, I'm called Shayla. In the temple atop Mount Muldoon. Whoa. So you're one of the High Priestesses, eh? We're all very grateful that you came when you did. I don't know how much longer I could have held out, Mr. Fujisawa said as he and Trunks sat on a couch. Standing in front of them and leaning against a counter, Shayla nodded and smiled. No problem. I had wanted to get some exercise and that little battle was just the thing. Though from what I saw, Princess Futora could have handled it all on her own. She then turned to Trunks. I never would have thought that a princess of Rashtaria would know how to wield a sword like that. You moved so fast that I couldn't follow you. Yeah, Futora. I've been meaning to ask you about that myself, Fujisawa said with some suspicion. I knew that you were strong, but I never thought you could move that fast. Oh, it was nothing, Senator Mr. Fujisawa, Trunks replied nervously. I was always able to run fast in school and I guess I got faster later on. You see? The history teacher paused for a moment as he took in Trunks' words, especially the ones that he had stressed. Oh, I get it. He then nodded as he comprehended on what he thought his student was trying to tell him. He remembered back to when Trunks had won that track meet and how fast he had moved then. He assumed incorrectly that the trip to Elezard had increased all of Trunks' athletic skills, especially his strength and speed. He was still unaware that his student's abilities were due to his alien heritage. At this time Oyeili started cuddling up to the priestess, which made Shayla a bit uncomfortable. Ooh, Sister Shayla. It was then that a door opened up and a new person walked in. She had dark hair that was cropped short with one dress hanging over his right side. Her eyes were a deep violet, her skin was pale, and she seemed to radiate a kind of cool efficiency about her, unlike Shayla's sensual intensity. She wore a kind of green and aqua bodysuit with dark blue boots and a kind of short, armored cloak over her shoulders. She had a traveling bag slung over one shoulder as she walked into the room and glared at her colleague. Shayla, I thought that you would be ready by now. We're going to miss the purification ceremony. Shayla nodded as she gestured to her guests. Keifa, Look who just dropped in, Princess Fatora of Rashtaria. Oh, I see. Afra said as she gave them a slight bow. One of the princesses of Rashtaria. Welcome to the Temple of Mount Muldoon, Your Highness. I am Afra Man, High Priestess of Wind. Trunks nodded as he stood up. Yes, well, I'm afraid that this isn't a social visit. You see, we have traveled all this way because... I'm terribly sorry, Princess, but I'm afraid that we don't have the time. Whatever the purpose of your visit, we'll have to wait until next time. Good day to you. Hey, wait a second. There's something very important that we have to ask of you. However, the two priestesses went out onto a large balcony and looked out toward the horizon. Afra then took out what looked like an ornamental belt buckle and attached it to some clips on her waist. The elemental lamp of wind activated itself as if a man summoned up some very strong breezes. Shayla grasped onto Afra's waist and held on tight as she nodded to her colleague. The two of them lifted off into the sky and were out of sight within minutes, heading in a westerly direction toward the setting sun. Trunks ran after them as they departed but was stopped by Mr. Fujisawa, who grabbed his hand and pulled him back before he could take off. It was just as well as Trunks remembered himself. Nobody knew that he could fly. He could only watch within frustration as the two females sailed out of sight. So now what do we do? Trunks asked. They mentioned something about a purification ceremony. Olyili commented. Mr. Fujisawa took out one of the few remaining cigarettes that he had left and lit it. He looked out to where the two women had disappeared to. I guess I wasn't listening. What is that? That's right. I've heard about it. There's a place called the Spring of Orleman. That's beyond the desert of bleached white bones. Sounds like a real fun place. Trunks said with sarcasm. Olyili nodded as she continued with her explanations. The holy people go there once a year to practice strict aesthetics in accordance to ancient laws. They use that place for meditation and purification. Sounds like it's some kind of hot springs resort. Fujisawa remarked as he took another puff on his cigarette. So what now? Do we head back to Rashtaria? Trunks asked. The history teacher sighed as he finished off his cigarette. I guess we'll have to follow them into that bone desert. Olyili cried out in despair as Trunks could only hold the bridge of his nose and shake his head. This trip just kept on getting worse. At least Nanami wasn't pulled into this world with the rest of us. She's probably going home from school by now, after working hard as usual. Well, not quite. Nanami winced as she clutched the wad of Rashtals in her hands. She had endured a lot after getting this job as a waitress. Several of the more rowdier customers had grabbed her ear while handing her a tip for her serving their food. She had nearly slugged one man, but had to swallow her pride and restrain herself. She knew that only the money she earned would get her out of the predicament she was in. She looked wistfully out into the evening sky and wondered just how her friends were doing, especially a certain purple-haired teen named Trunks. End of chapter 2. Author's notes. Well, That takes care of the second chapter, and I think I did a pretty good job of it. Trunks is finding it more harder to restrain himself, and there will be more character development of our Saiyan hero as time goes on. In the next chapter we'll see a few appearances of the other characters of the Dragon Ball universe as they wonder how it had happened to Vegeta's son. Meanwhile in El Hazard, Jinai gets wind of the ultimate weapon, Ifureta. Next on Dragon Ball Hazard, the third night, hot springs and hotter tempers. See you there. Hey, I've just become the narrator. Less than PNG border equals 0 height equals 1 src equals double quote hazard 2 underscore files slash visit dot gif width equals 1 greater than asterisk chapter 3 asterisk the third night hot springs and hotter. Dragon Ball Hazard by Hung Yanimedikion. Neon disclaimer. Dragon Ball Z and El Hazard are the property of their creators. I'm just using them to tell a story, so don't bother me with legal technicalities. Thoughts. The third night hot springs and hotter tempers. Trunks squinted a bit as he looked over the vast and hot wasteland that the cruiser they were riding in was jetting over. The heavy robes he was wearing were not sweet for the arid climate, and he was sweating a bit. Beside him, Olyili was dying for a drink, and Fujisawa was sitting with his jacket draped over his head. Yuro was sitting at the front of the craft and didn't seem to be minding the intense heat, which was surprising considering that she had a very thick delta fur. Behind the group were the two drivers in which they had paid to take them to the Spring of Orleman. They were both wearing some kind of weird umbrella hats to shield their heads from the sun's blistering rays and goggles to keep the sand out of their eyes. They were a couple of short, stocky individuals that were of the unsavory type, and Trunks didn't really trust them. However, they were the only ones that he and Fujisawa could find that would to take them to Orleman. The caravan people were unwilling to travel to the sacred place for fear of angering the holy ones there. Trunks shook his head again as the trip was taking too long, by his standards. They had been traveling for more than 2 hours and they were only 1/4 of the way there. He could have made better time flying on his own or using one of the supersonic jets that his family owned, rather than riding this antique bucket of bulls. At the rate they were going, it was going to take them more than half a day to reach Orleman, and time was severely limited. He wanted to get this over with. The sooner the Eye of God was unsealed, then the sooner he could get home. By now, his family and friends were probably worried sick over his disappearance. Back on Earth, on top of Kami's lookout. So no one has seen Trunks for the last couple of days, Bulma? Ben asked. The mother of Trunks shook her head sadly. No. He never came home from school and he's been reported as missing along with 2 other students and a history teacher. The last time he was seen was when he finished his classes and was heading home. What worries me is that Goku and the others can't sense his energy anywhere. They've been looking everywhere for him. Though Vegeta may not show it, he's also worried and has been searching the Earth and even out in space. Oh Ben, I'm so afraid that Trunks might be. Ben held up a green-skinned hand. Don't even think that. I know for certain that Trunks isn't dead. King Yama or King Kai would have informed me if Trunks had died. His soul would have appeared at the check-in station in the spirit realm. Though you're telling me now of Trunks' disappearance a couple of days ago does seem to fit with something that I sensed at that time. What do you mean? Den walked over toward the edge of the platform and gazed out at the clouds below. It was about 2 days ago that I sensed a powerful and ancient spike of energy, around the time that Trunks would have gotten out of school. It was only there for a brief moment, and I'm certain that the others sensed it as well. I then felt a slight disturbance in the dimensional fabric of reality, and then a momentary rift appeared. I didn't think it was anything important at the time and nothing bad had happened. However, Bulma put a finger to the side of her cheek and thought, as she was well versed in the theories of dimensional universes. Are you saying that Trunks might be in some other universe? It's only a hunch, but it is possible. That can also explain why Goku and the others can't sense Trunks' power, since he would no longer be in this dimension. Then, where would Trunks be now? Bulma inquired with concern. Good question. I don't have the answer, but I know someone who might. Then began reaching out with his telepathic powers to the other side. Bulma began hearing the Namedek's voice in her head as he reached out to contact an old friend. King Kai, are you there? It's me. Then, on the other side, the squat and joke-making Kai of the Northern Quadrant perked up his head and antennae when he received the call. Beside him were his pet monkey Bubbles and his grasshopper assistant, Gregory. Then, it's good to hear from you again. Hello, King Kai. It's good to hear from you too. But I'm afraid that this isn't a social call. Yes, I know. Trunks has been missing for a couple of days now. I too have noticed his absence and I have been scanning around for him. If you were thinking that he might be somewhere else, then you'd be right. He isn't on Earth anymore. Then, he's still alive? King Kai nodded. Yes, I can sense him, but just barely. Somehow, Trunks got transported to another universe that's so distant, even I don't know its exact coordinates. At least not yet. It'll take at least another day before I can lock in on him. Then asked King Kai, is there any chance at all that you can bring him back after you've found him? King Kai shook his head. Remember, he's too far away, even with the instant transmission technique. There's only one way I can think of to bring Trunks back. The Dragon Balls. You got it. However, it will take another 3 days for the Dragon Balls on Earth to be re-energized. They were used last year when some joker found them and wished for wealth and stuff. And transporting Trunks across that far of a distance is going to tax Shenlong to his limit. Well, what about the Namekian Dragon Balls and Porunga? Den asked. We can ask Goku to use his instant transmission technique to know the Namedeck home world. He's done it before. King Kai shook his head again. Nope. The Namekian Dragon Balls have already been used and turned to stone. Last month, the Namedecks wished to be protected from a deadly meteor shower, restore the ecological balance of their planet, and bring back another one of their people that Vegeta had killed during the Frieza incident. It will take another 150 days before they can be used again. Ben sighed. Alright then. Shenlong is the dragon we need to bring Trunks back. Right. I'll keep scanning and tell you where Trunks is when I find him. And we'll start collecting the Dragon Balls on Earth as soon as they re-energize. King Kai bid farewell as he turned and began scanning the cosmos. Bulma, do you still have your Dragon Ball radar? The mother of Trunks paused for a moment before replying. Well, actually I don't. The old circuits burnt themselves out, but I'm pretty sure that I can make a new one, no big deal. She then cocked her head in thought and smiled. Come to think of it, Vegeta still has a couple of those old scouters and it wouldn't be any problem to adapt them with the Dragon Ball radar circuits. That way, we can have 2 or 3 people out looking for those Dragon Balls and collect them even faster. Ben nodded as he told Bulma of the plan. Good. We need to get a hold of them as soon as they re-energize. King Kai told me that Trunks is alive but in a very distant, alternate universe. We'll need the Dragon Balls to bring Trunks back from wherever he was transported to. King Kai told me that we'll be able to summon Shenlong in 3 days. Bulma nodded with a large smile as she went to her parked cruiser. In 3 days, she would be reunited with her son again. However, a lot can happen in 3 days. In the desert of bleached bones, the cruiser continued to jet across the sand dunes. However, the 2 drivers were in a terrible state with multiple bruises on their faces. The pair of unscrupulous characters had tried to abandon their riders at the halfway point to Orleman, saying that they would not carry them any further unless they were given more money. They had threatened Trunks and Olyili with their clubs, but the young Saiyan was unimpressed and not at all frightened. He had been ready to give the 2 of them a very painful beating, but Mr. Fujisawa had beaten him to the punch. Literally. Being out in the scorching desert heat had made him sweat out every last drop of alcohol in his body. A sober and angry Fujisawa was someone that one should not try to threaten. The history teacher was now standing behind the drivers with both of their clubs in his hand and keeping a stern watch over them. The craft continued to skim across the heated landscape for another hour before suddenly coming to a stop. Oh no. What now? Olyili complained. Fujisawa glared at the drivers. What this? Do you dare taste Fujisawa's fist of justice again? Both men shook their heads frantically as one of them plonked out in front of them. No. Look! The group saw 2 rows of stone pillars that marked the path toward the spring of Orleman. The other driver groaned as he explained. Even if you beat us up again, we still won't go in there. Only the holy people can go past this point. That place is big trouble. Are you saying that we've got to walk the rest of the way? Fujisawa roared. The 2 drivers nodded as the second one replied. As much as we fear for our lives, Mr. Justice. Trunks and his party could only groan in despair at these words. The Bugrum Citadel. Damn you Trunks. Damn you to everlasting hell. Jedi ranted as he paced Diva's throne room. How dare you have the final weapon? I should have it. Well, there's nothing we can do about it, Diva said as she relaxed on her throne. This is a battle of wits. An all-out Cold War. I need a weapon that can utterly terrorize our enemies. Diva became silent as she went deep into thought. I've got thought. Jedi snorted in disgust. If I had an ultimate weapon, I would have called it demon something. At the mention of the word demon, Diva made a sharp intake of breath in shock, which Jedi caught. What is it? Do you have such a weapon? Diva swallowed as she replied hesitantly. Yes. No, it's nothing. You do have a weapon. Tell me. No. You can't mean. Tell me now. Jedi pressed. Or are you siding with the Alliance? The Bugrum ruler was shocked at the accusation. No. But what? What is this weapon? The desert of bleached bones. The heat continued to beat down on the desert sands as three travelers and their cat continued on their way to the spring of Orleman. At this point, even the fully sober Fujisawa was beginning to falter. Olyili was just about to collapse from heat exhaustion. Only Trunks maintained his stamina as they hiked their way toward their destination. Water. I need some water. Olyili moaned. Fujisawa gritted his teeth. Just one cold beer. I'm dying out here. Trunks stopped as Olyili fell to her knees. He ran over to where she was and supported her in his arms. Olyili, are you alright? Water. I'm so tired and thirsty. Trunks looked over to where his teacher was just barely standing on his feet and frowned. If his friends did not get something to drink and soon, he would have to risk revealing that he could fly and get them to Orleman. His eyes then widened as he slapped his forehead. What is it, Trunks? Fujisawa asked as he was about to collapse. Oh good grief. I'm so stupid. I forgot that I had them. Had what? Trunks reached into the front of his robes and took out a small case. He opened it up and took out a cylindrical object. Masamai's eyes widened as he recognized it. Hey! Isn't that a capsule? Trunks nodded as he pressed the top of the device. What is it? Olyili asked. Trunks smiled as he tossed the capsule off to one side. Drinks are on me. Boom. The capsule exploded in a puff of smoke, revealing a box-like object with some coils and tubes on the rear. Yuri let off a startled hiss and hid behind Fujisawa when the strange thing appeared. Trunks then walked over to it and opened the front door. Olyili thought she was suffering from sunstroke when she felt a cool breeze. Trunks returned to her side and placed something to her lips. Here. Drink up. Olyili opened her mouth and her eyes widened as a refreshing and ice-cold liquid started pouring down her mouth. She quickly sat up, grabbed the bottle out of his hands and hurriedly took large gulps. The taste was kind of fruity and sharp, but it seemed to revitalize her better than water. She didn't stop until she drained the entire bottle dry. She let off a contented sigh and looked down at the empty bottle, which had strange label on it with words she didn't recognize. The label said Gatorade. Feeling better, oh really? Trunks asked. Yes. But, how did you? She pointed at the strange device which had saved her life. What is that thing? And she looked back down at the plastic bottle. What is this stuff? How? What kind of magic is this? Fujisawa let off a whoop of joy as he raced to the cooler and looked inside. He frowned as he saw that there were no alcoholic beverages. Oh, where's the beer and sake? Trunks shook his head. Sorry, Sensei. You know I'm underage. There's bottled water, soda, sports drinks and fruit juices. Besides, you'd die of thirst faster if you drink alcohol out here, and we might need your superpowers when we get to Orleman. The history teacher sighed and nodded as he took out a bottle of spring water and chugged it down. Trunks went over to the cooler and took out a shallow bowl and a white bottle. He walked to where Yura was, placed the bowl in front of her and poured the contents of the bottle into it. Yura was still tensed up and suspicious, but Trunks smiled at her and said, "Don't worry, Yura. It's just milk. I know that you must thirsty, especially with that fur coat of yours." Trunks was right. Though Yura's body did conserve moisture more efficiently than Earth Cat's, she was feeling dehydrated at the moment, having nothing to drink since the journey through the desert had started. She looked up at her new and strange master and then, after a moment, edged to the bowl and took a tentative lick. The white liquid was smooth and ice cold, which made Yura meow with glee as she started lapping it up. Trunks good to Yura. Yura thirsty. The half-Saiyan smiled as he stroked the cat's ears. He then addressed to his companions, "There's a few sandwiches and some leftover chicken in that refrigerator if you're hungry." His voice trailed off as he glanced over his shoulder and saw that his sensei was already on his third sandwich. A bit later, "Ah, that was great," Fujisawa said as he rubbed his belly. With their thirst appeased and something in their stomachs, the group continued on their journey with new energy. "Man, am I glad that you brought those capsules with you to this world, Trunks. I'm glad too. I guess I'm really lucky that my mother owns the Capsule Corporation." In more ways than one, Trunks added silently. Trunks had stored away his refrigerator back into its capsule form. The capsules had saved his friends and he didn't have to reveal that he could fly. They were now approaching what appeared to be an oasis. Walking beside them, Olieli had another bottle of Gatorade in one hand and was periodically taking a sip from it. In her other hand, she was studying one of the empty capsules. "So that's what you call these things? Capsules?" Trunks nodded as he took back the device and placed it in the carrying case. "Yes. On our world, we use them to store things. Their small size makes it easy for us to carry a lot of things or large objects. My mother owns the company that makes them. So how do they work? Is it some kind of magic? Well, it's a little hard to explain, but I guess you could call it magic. How much can one of these capsules hold? How big can an object be? Well, I'm not really sure. So far, my mother's been able to shrink a 3-story building into one of these things and even a spaceship. At that moment, O'Leary stopped and pointed excitedly at the oasis in the distance. Look! That's it. That's the Spring of Orleman. The trio and Vera stopped atop a sand dune and gazed at the sacred place where only the holy people travel to. It was about the size of a shopping mall complex and was filled with lush vegetation, such as palm trees, ferns and bushes. In the center was a large spring that was walled off to keep intruders and peeping toms out. Trunks and his party stood in awe that such a beautiful place was in the middle of such a harsh wilderness. They nodded to each other and quickly made their way toward the oasis. At one of the large pools, a woman in her late 20s yawned as she stretched out her arms and sat up from one of the sunken areas. She then arched her back and thrust out her ample bosom as she stood up naked from the warm waters and waded to the edge of the pool to grasp a towel. Her light purple hair was done up in twin tails that started from a braid at the top of her head and went down the sides of her head, framing her face. Water dripped down her pale skin as she stepped out of the pool and went over to where her bath things were. She stood in front of her stool and let off an annoyed sound as she saw that it had been knocked onto its side. With one flick of her foot, she righted her perch and sat down on it. That clumsy oaf! She muttered to herself as she placed the towel in her lap and clapped her hands. "Samsuk, attend me," she called out. From out of a nearby servant's quarters, a large and furry mass of green and white fur stepped out with a vis in its hands. The creature looked like Cousin-It from the Addams Family, but it had large, penguin-like feet. One could not make out its face as it was covered in fur and seemed to have some kind of large white eyebrow across its forehead. The creature that was named Samsuk waddled over to his mistress and nodded to her. "Your big feet knocked over my stool again," the woman complained. Samsuk tried to grunt out an apology, but the water priestess named Ms. Mishtel shook her head. "Oh, never mind that now. Just get to work." Samsuk nodded as he set down the jug and dipped a fur-covered paw into it. It came out dripping wet with soapy water and the attendant rubbed both paws together to work up a good lather. He then applied his paws to his mistress' back with gentle motions. "Harder, Samsuk. Put some more back into it," Ms. commanded. Samsuk nodded as he increased the pressure. Ms. sighed as he felt Samsuk's ministrations work away the tension. She then became lost in thought. Keeping beautiful as an unpicked flower is so tedious. Where is my handsome prince? What is keeping him? Those girls. Even if and Shayla have forgotten about me by now. When they get older, that'll wake them up. It was at that moment that Samsuk rinsed away the soap with a bowl of water. Icy water that island is, having spent a good hour soaking in heated waters, naturally screamed at the sudden drop in temperature. As soon as they heard the shout, Both Fujisawa and Trunks began racing down the path toward Arliman. Did you hear that? Someone's in trouble. Sensei. Hold up. We don't know what's behind that. Too late, for without alcohol, an ordinary stone wall wasn't anywhere near enough to keep Fujisawa out. With one jump, he was already on the other side. Wall. Trunks finished. He then heard his sensei cry out. Then he heard that woman scream out again. Fujisawa. H. Monster Kick. WHAMMO. Samsung became the first giant hairball to be launched into the stratosphere. He soon came down into the trees on the other side of the hot springs. Fujisawa was now kneeling down with his back to the confused Miz and smiled as he spoke to her. You are safe now. That beast will never bother you again, fair maiden. The water priestess was absolutely puzzled at the sudden appearance of this man and the unexpected rescue. However, as he stood up and faced her with his whimsical smile, Miz thought that this was a sign from the heavens. She had never been treated with such gallantry before, and though she had not been in any real danger, she still felt her heart beating at the heroic act. The least she could was to thank him. Good sir, I am most grateful for your timely rescue. Not bad looking either. Fujisawa smiled as he kept his eyes on her face and made certain not to look lower as Miz only had her towel in front of her unclad body. It was my pleasure, Miss. Oh yes, Miss. Miz exclaimed as she dropped her towel and grasped both of his hands in her own. Having no serious relationship in her long and lonely career as a high priestess of Muldoon, she immediately became attached to this man. Yes. Well, I'm just doing a hero's job. Trunks Sensei stuttered out, trying to keep his eyes from straying. And might I know the name of the big, strong man who saved me? Miz asked coyly. It's Masamichi Fujisawa. Such a long name. And your occupation, good sir? Masamichi smiled as he proudly proclaimed his profession. Teacher. Firmly established and highly respected at Shinano High School. This got Miz extremely excited. You're a government employee? Income. You are my hero. It was then that she noticed that they weren't alone, and quickly wrapped her towel around her. She then introduced herself to Oyili and a blushing Trunks. I'm terribly sorry that I had not properly introduced myself. I am Ms. Mishtal, High Priestess of Muldoon. The three gasped in surprise as they had just found another who could help them unseal the Eye of God. Jinai became more impatient as he followed Queen Diva's entourage down a mountainous cavern. After being told of a powerful force as equally terrifying as the Eye of God, he wanted to waste no time in finding this demon god. Ifurata. However, the Bugwam Empress was insistent that he see something first. After following a long and winding tunnel, they came to a ledge that overlooked a vast area, which contained the devastated ruins of what was once a great city. Incredible! Jinai cried out as he surveyed the result of some great and terrible force. Diva took a deep breath. All this destruction, all this chaos, an entire civilization reduced to rubble in a heartbeat. All of this was caused by one terrible weapon, and her name was Ifureta. Amazing, Jinai remarked as his dreams of conquest became even more grander with the thought of having such a weapon at his disposal. Long ago, during the Great Holy War, Ifureta caused such unimaginable suffering and devastation that the elders of Al-Hazard feared that nothing, not even the Eye of God, could stop her. Even the mighty Bugram Empire trembled in fear of her. The ancient texts say that he who controls the power key staff of Ifureta becomes the master of the demon god. However, with such destructive power at her disposal, no one person can truly control her. Well, I'm not just anybody, Jinai boasted. Your Lord God Jinai shall be the one to control Ifureta. What? Diva gasped as she sat up from the lounge chair that four of her minions carried on their shoulders. Even after everything I've told you, you're still intent on awakening the demon god. I not only dare, but I relish the prospect. With Ifureta, I shall make all of Al-Hazard tremble before me. What fa 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 fa. The laughter of Trunks' rival echoed throughout the cavern. In a way, the laughter was a signal of darker times ahead. Carlyman, you know, this isn't quite what I expected, Trunks remarked as he and his group walked with Miz, who was now wearing a robe. This looks more like a hot springs resort than a holy place. Miz laughed a bit. I suppose to the uninitiated, it would appear to be like that. But Arliman is the one, the only respite to our work. The only time in our busy schedules that we are given a chance to relax. As Trunks continued to survey the area, discreetly averting his eyes from the numerous, nude women that were either soaking in the springs or sunbathing around them, his history teacher spotted a nearby fountain and went over to it. He reached into his pocket and tossed a coin into it. He then placed his palms together and prayed, Dear God, please get us back home safe and sound. Oh, and if you have some extra time, could you please fill out the teacher's absence request form? Sensei. Come on. Trunks called out. Fujisawa nodded and rejoined the group as they approached the other end of the springs. It was then that they stopped as two familiar figures were seen, with armloads of packages, coming up the pathway. Miz frowned as she called out to Shayla and Ifka. Well, it's about time you two got here. The two priestesses looked up and were surprised to see their colleague. Hey Miz, why are you here so early? Unforgivable breach of conduct, Miz proclaimed, not even caring for any excuse Shayla and Ifka had for being so late. I'll say. Can you imagine the bargains we got at the barrage? Ifka nodded as she smiled. Can you believe it? Returning things the day after a holiday. You two are a disgrace, Miz said as she continued to berate her sister priestesses. What if the devoted were to show up while you were out shopping? Lighten up Miz ... Shayla looked over past Miz and noticed the people standing behind her. "You guys again." Trunks could only laugh sheepishly as he waved to the dark-skinned Shayla. "Hello again." O'Leary found herself feeling herself getting warm again, and it wasn't because of the heat. She smiled warmly as she gazed on the exotic-looking fire priestess. "Ah, I can feel the tension melt away." Afra sighed as she sunk deeper into the pool. Shayla nodded as she too lounged in the heated waters. "Oh yeah." Sitting between them, O'Leary trembled with delight. "Ooh, I can't believe that I'm actually bathing with the priestess of Muldoon." She sidled up to Shayla and took her arm seductively. She then snuggled close to the redhead, much to her discomfort. "Hey! Watch it! Let go of my arm." "Whoa! That's even worse." Shayla became extremely agitated as O'Leary's hands roamed over places that were considered off-limits to the priestess. Sitting near the edge, Miz poured Fujisawa another glass of wine as Trunks sat nearby, obviously in great discomfort. "I'm terribly sorry about the blindfold," Miss said as she held the pitcher. Trunks-sensei nodded as his vision was blocked by a white band. "I understand perfectly, since I'm the only man here." Trunks winced at his words. Though he did know about the facts of life, and all of that, he didn't have any real experience with girls. He had kept the girls at school at bay, for fear of hurting anyone with his Saiyan strength. Now he was surrounded by dozens of beautiful, naked women and in a very hot robe. It was all he could do not to faint from the heat. Excuse me, but there's something very important that we'd have to ask you." Trunks began, while keeping his eyes averted. "We need you to unseal the eye of delicious boxed lunches here. Delicious and nutritious. Get him here." Both Trunks and his sensei turned their heads at the sound of the voice, and Trunks became pale as he saw who the person was. "She got transported here too." O'Leary momentarily stopped in her attempts to get closer with Shayla. "Lunch? Oh, I just realized that I haven't eaten in hours after we got out of that desert." "Lunch sounds good," Afra agreed. Miz nodded as she called out to the girl. "Lunch girl! Over here!" Nanami saw the woman wave to her and walked over to where she and her party were situated. "Hello! Are we hungry?" "Good." O'Leary then noticed how fine-looking the new girl was and licked her lips. Katsuhiko's sister knelt down and placed her serving tray on the ground. "I have some very nice selections for you today," and it was at that moment that she saw a very familiar face. Trunks quickly turned her back to her and tried to hide his face from sight, but it wasn't enough. "Trunks? Oh boy. Trunks, is that you?" Nanami let off a gasp as she dropped her tray and ran over to him. "Trunks, it is you. I'm so happy." "No. Wait. You've made a big mistake." The half-Saiyan tried to move away, but Nanami already had her arms wrapped around him and was sobbing hysterically. "Oh Trunks, I'm so glad to see a familiar face." Nanami exclaimed as she began speaking quickly and hugged him even tighter. You had no idea what I had to go through when I came to this place. I had to get a job as a waitress and saved enough money to start my own business. And some guys grabbed my butt. Look, I'm not who you think I. Nanami then broke from her embrace and sat back with a puzzled look. Say Trunks, when did you become a drag queen? Trunks winced as he tried to explain, but all he could manage was, "Ooh, this place is weird." But it's not that weird, Nanami commented. She then glanced over her shoulder and saw another familiar face. Mr. Fujisawa. You're here too, Sensei? Oh, this is wonderful. Their Sensei gulped as he too was at a loss of what to say in this situation. What's going on? Ms. asked. This girl seems to think that Princess Fatora is someone else. Ufa remarked. Yeah, I guess it's heat exhaustion. Trunks laughed nervously. At that point, Shayla reached out to tap Trunks on the arm. Hey Princess. Both Nanami and Trunks turned to face her. Are you going to get into this bath or aren't you? Trunks could only smile nervously and replied, No, I don't think so. Are you saying that you had a reason for refusing my invitation? The fire priestess asked with suspicion. Hold on. I think I can come up with a good one. If you don't have a reason, then I suggest that you get in the water, Princess. Shayla then came out halfway and grasped one of his arms. Sister Shayla. I don't think you should do that, Olieli said nervously. And why not? Sort of because it's like deja vu. At that point, Olieli grabbed hold of Trunks' other arm. Now wait just a minute. Maybe I can get used to your cross-dressing, Trunks, but there's no way that I'm going to let you go in there with her. Shayla glared at Nanami. Take a hike, lunch chick. Get back into the water, honey. Nanami retorted as she returned the glare. At that moment, they began a tug-of-war with Trunks as the rope. Get in the water, Princess. You're staying right here, Trunks. Mr. Fujisawa. I need help. The history teacher stood up as he heard his students cry. Danger. He began running forward, but with his eyes blindfolded, he didn't get very far. He immediately tripped over a bar of soap and fell flat on his back. Plus, with all the wine he had been consuming, his super strength was all but non-existent. Trunks' strength, however, was not only intact, it was far greater than his sensei's or any other earthlings. As he saw that his robes were starting to tear from the constant pulling, he started to become desperate. He had to stop this before his cover was blown. I said, get in the water. Shayla couldn't understand it. She was pulling as hard as she could, but it seemed that the princess was stronger than she appeared, for Fatora wasn't budging an inch. As the hot-tempered redhead pulled even harder with both hands, she felt some very rock-hard muscle in Fatora's wrist. She assumed that the princess must work out, especially after seeing her swing that sword on Mount Muldoon. When Trunks heard his sleeve was about to tear off his arm, he panicked and reacted. I said no, and I mean no. Trunks then hauled back on his arm. WHOA. Shayla was sent flying out of the spring and hurtled toward the distant outer wall. At the speed she was going, she would slam into the wall like a truck going at 60 miles per hour. Damn! Trunks swore as he had to stop Shayla from being splattered. In that instant, he blurred from view. At that moment, the half of the rope that Nanami still held onto tore free. And unfortunately for Trunks, another part of his disguise came off. He had not tied down his wig at the time. As he sped to save Shayla, it fell off and drifted to the ground. The fire priestess only saw the wall for an instant and shut her eyes as she braced for impact. However, just before she hit the wall, she felt a rush of wind and a pair of strong hands grabbed hold of her as her body's momentum suddenly shifted and she found herself changing direction and slowing down. Then she suddenly stopped. The others were in a state of shock after seeing Trunks seemingly disappear from sight, reappear in front of the wall to catch Shayla before she hit it, then blur back to almost the same place where she started. However, they continued to stare at Princess Fatora for another reason entirely. The top half of his robes had been torn completely off and that they were now staring at his muscular chest. The rest of the dress had fallen off with his wig when he sped to save Shayla, leaving him only in his muscle shirt, boxers and sandals. It was at that moment that Shayla opened her eyes and looked up at the face of the person who had saved her. That was when things got ugly. You pervert. BWOM. The other women at Arliman began running for their lives as a maddened fire priestess began shooting out scorching gouts of flame to barbecue Trunks. However, the half-Saiyan proved to be too fast for her as he blurred in and out, easily evading the attacks. He restrained from retaliating with his own energy blasts as he tried to clear up this misunderstanding. He knew that despite Shayla's intense fire powers, she wouldn't be able to survive one of his blasts. Furthermore, this place was too crowded and someone may get hurt in the exchange. Would you just please calm down and listen to die? You peeping Tom! Shayla roared as she let loose with another inferno blast. More property damage was done as a huge trench was dug through to the other side of the springs. Shayla! Stop it now! Miz cried out as she saw more and more people become endangered. However, the fire priestess paid no heed as she continued to pursue Trunks, intent on frying him into a cinder. Nanami and the others dug for cover as Shayla continued on her maddened rampage. After dodging a few more of her attacks, Trunks decided that enough was enough. When he came to a dead-end pathway, he turned around and faced Shayla as she rounded the corner. The hot-headed priestess smiled as she reared back an arm to throw a huge fireball. HH. I got you now, you. WHOMP. Shayla gasped as she felt something slam into her gut like a freight train. At the same time, she saw Trunks' face in front of hers as their eyes met. In less than a heartbeat, he had covered the distance between them and drove his elbow into her abdomen. Fortunately for her, He had only delivered enough force to do the job. Sorry. I saw an opening that screamed for me to attack. So I did. Nothing personal. Shayla then slumped down to her knees, clutching at her stomach and still gasping for air as Trunks stepped back. The young Saiyan hated to do that, but that was the only thing he could think of at the time, to get her to stop before some innocent bystander got hurt or killed. The others stepped out from behind the rubble and cautiously approached the two. Trunks sighed as he looked them and nodded to both of and Ms. Hi. My name is Trunks. Sorry about all this. What were you thinking, Shayla? You could have killed someone. Miss scolded as she and the other women were now dressed in towels and standing with Fujisawa and Oyeili in an undamaged area of Orleman. She gestured with a hand at all the property damage that the hot-tempered redhead had caused. Nearby, Trunks was bending over a fountain, washing out the brown dye in his hair. He had decided that since his Fedora disguise was ruined, there was no need for him to keep his false hair color and makeup. He also had on his boots and black pants. His sword lay in its scabbard beside him and his jacket was hanging over the rim of the fountain. Hey! Don't blame me. Blame Mr. Fashion Statement over there. Shayla shouted while pointing at him. She still saw in her mind the image of herself naked in his muscular arms, which made her blush. She still wanted to fry Trunks, but her sister priestesses forbade her from any more violence. You should have told us right from the start that he was standing in for the missing Princess Fedora. Ufa remarked to Fujisawa as she leaned against a tree with her arms crossed. Fujisawa had explained the situation to the others and about their mission to get the Eye of God unsealed. HMPF. He probably enjoyed watching us naked in the spring, the little weasel. Shayla sent another angry glare at Trunks as he stood up and shook his head to dry his hair. She couldn't help but notice how well formed he was, along with several other girls in the area. The priestess angrily dismissed that thought from her mind as Trunks picked up his jacket and slung it over his right shoulder while carrying his sword in his other hand. Trunks had heard Shayla's comments about him and he wasn't all happy. It had been bad enough that he had been going around dressed as a girl. Listen here. We would have told you about the disguise on Mount Muldoon, but you and Priestess Ifra had left us before we had a chance to explain. Then we had to trek through 20 miles of desert to get here. I couldn't tell you that I was a guy with all those other people around, but I did try not to look. If you hadn't tried to drag me into the water, we wouldn't have gone through all that. He gestured with a thumb to the devastation behind him. So don't go blaming me for this mess. I didn't want to agree to dressing up like a girl, but it was the only thing I could do. We had to see you in order to unseal the Eye of God so that we could end the war and get back to our world. Shayla's glare became even more intense as she began to glow with a red aura. Trunks was unimpressed as his hand clenched his sword even tighter. He was just about to light up his own aura, which would have dwarfed Shayla's by 1,000,000,000 times, when Ms. gave her sister priestess an annoyed ahem. She powered down but very reluctantly, keeping an angry look trained on Drawings. Well, now that you've explained to us the purpose of your mission, we can understand the gravity of the situation. Miss said as she tended to the scratches that Fujisawa had received during the melee. Yes, but I'm afraid that we can't grant your request to unseal the Eye of God, even though you have come to us on Princess Rune's behalf. Uff added. Huh? Why not? Trunks asked. For one thing, the legend says that the Eye of God needs 2 princesses, not a queen. Shale equipped. Will you knock it off with that queen crack? Trunks growled. HMPF. Well, you can count me out. Shale said to Ms. Endifa. Miss sighed as she explained another factor to Mr. Fujisawa. Another thing is that all 3 priestesses must be in agreement to unseal the Eye of God. We can only release the locks on the weapon only in the most special of circumstances due to its enormous power. Please, Sister Shayla. Oliele pleaded as she cuddled up to the redhead again. Hey! Cut that out. They're all weird. Trunks sighed as he saw that things were not going as he hoped. It was then that he noticed another person approaching them. He swallowed hard as he saw the woman. She had long blonde hair, a voluptuous figure with a more than ample bosom, and was wearing an outfit that accentuated her curves to the point that he was feeling his body heat up. Trunks gave a low whistle, which made Nanami frown in jealousy. Fujisawa also ogled her, which also made Ms. very upset. Would you stop staring? Nanami said as she pulled on Trunks' cheek, snapping him out of his trance. Maybe Shayla was right. You've turned into some sex-crazed deviant, haven't you? Hey! Excuse me for being human. Well, half human anyway. I wonder if this is how Dad must have felt with Mom. Wait minute. I'm sensing something from her. They both looked up at the stranger as she smiled at Trunks and extended a hand to him. To Trunks and everyone else, it looked as if some seductress was trying to get close to the half-Saiyan, but to Nanami's eyes, she was seeing something completely different. To her, it was a blue-skinned, dark-haired woman pointing a wicked-looking knife at him. What's that for? The woman was startled for a moment, then composed herself. Otis, it's for your boyfriend. This made Nanami extremely embarrassed as she had yet to make the first move with Trunks. Well, he's not really my boyfriend, and if he really wants to see other people, it's alright with me. If he started a very nice, blue-skinned girl like you, I wouldn't mind. This made everyone tense when they heard this. Are you certain that she has blue skin? Yeah. Can't you see that? Shayla immediately raced toward her with her flames blazing. You little phantom bitch. Kiri leapt out of the way as the flames lanced at her and raced toward Trunks to kill him. However, Yura proved to be faster as she sped past her and wrapped herself around Trunks' body before hardening her skin to the consistency of steel. The knife was deflected as she used her hind legs to push Kiri away. Trunks smiled down at his feline friend. Thanks, Yura. He hadn't seen the knife, but it wouldn't have made any difference. Along with his super physical abilities and ki powers, he had also inherited the ultra-tough Saiyan skin from his father. The blade wouldn't have done more than scrape a few epithelial cells. Shayla attacked again, but Kira evaded and tried once more to fulfill her mission. However, dying was not going to be on Trunks' agenda for a very long time. You will die. At this point, she had dropped her illusion and everyone could now see her as she truly was. Not. Trunks commented as he causally swatted Kira like an annoying fly. At that moment, Miz began focusing her will through the lamp of water, which was a bejeweled ring on her right third finger. She then sent a column of water at the Phantom Assassin as she flew backward. The water lance pierced through her chest and Kira let off a death scream as her body faded away, leaving only a faint mist of powder that blew away in the breeze. Her knife clattered to the ground. Shayla's eyes narrowed as she went over and picked up the weapon. Nice little parting gift that Phantom Tribeswoman left us, she remarked. What I don't understand is why she was here to kill Trunks and how you were able to see through her disguise. Fast as she turned to Nanami. You mean, you didn't see the knife or that she had blue skin? Shook her head. No. None of us could. Miz nodded. Somehow, you have an ability to see through the illusions she cast. She was a member of the Phantom Tribe, a race that lived deep in the caverns of El-Hazard. They are our most ancient of enemies. At that moment, a servant rushed toward the group and knelt down in front of them. Your Holiness, I bring terrible news. What is it? Miz asked. The servant took a deep breath. The city of Pernan has fallen and reports say that the Bugram forces are on their way to the Forbidden Island. What? It can't be. Miz exclaimed. The legend. Afra breathed out in shock. Are you sure that it isn't some mistake? Shayla demanded. The servant shook her head sadly. Off the coast, in the Burgon territory, Jinai set sail with hordes of Bugram as Queen Diva waved them off. She was still curious as to how her new general would be able to find the Forbidden Island. Only the three priestesses of Muldoon knew of its exact location. Jinai, however, was not worried. He had a plan to obtain the weapon known as Ifureta, and this time, no one would be able to get in his way. Not even that irritating Trunks. His mad laughter was carried over the waves, his dark storm clouds brewed overhead. I don't get it. Where are we going and what's so important about this Forbidden Island? Trunks asked as his group and the three priestesses raced across the waters on their cruiser. Just shut up and enjoy the ride. Shayla replied as she gritted her teeth and gazed over the horizon. The palace of Floristica. Princess Rune gazed out from the balcony of the room and became very worried at the dark cloud formations that were in the distance. She then recited the prophecy to herself. When the eye of God blinks, the path to the sky will open, and the Shadow Nation will become one. She then looked back at a nearby mural which depicted the Eye of God and the scene of a great battle during the Holy Wars. Up near the top was a depiction of the demon god that was battling against some heroic figure in gold. And the golden champion shall return. to save us all on Earth. Bulma smiled as she closed up the last of the new Dragon Ball Scouters. The work was done and all she had to do was wait until the Dragon Balls would once again come to life. With Vegeta and the others helping, they would collect all 7 balls in no time and Shenlong would return her son to her. She couldn't wait. End of the 3rd night. Author's notes. Well, the story is now almost halfway done and Trunks will become more heavily involved as the war begins to heat up. Next on Dragon Ball Zed, Trunks will face his most awesome challenge of his young life as he goes up against the demon god Ifureta, who happens to look very familiar. Stay tuned for Dragon Ball Zed, the 4th night, Trunks vs Ifureta. Place your bets. Less than PNG border equals 0 height equals 1 SRC equals double quote hazard 3 underscore files slash visit dot gif width equals 1 greater than asterisk chapter 4 asterisk the 4th night Trunks vs Ifureta. D. Dragon Ball Zed by Hung Anime Neon disclaimer. Why do I even bother to disclaim? The readers know that I'm not making any money from writing this. Thoughts. The 4th night Trunks vs Ifureta. Place your bets. As the dark clouds over the sea continued to gather above the waters, a thick mist rolled out and blanketed the surface of the waves, obscured from sight, the Forbidden Island, where the demon god Ifureta slumbered, awaited for its first visitors in countless centuries. The Forbidden Island, the place where the terrible demon god Ifureta had been sealed away during the times of the Holy Wars. Its location is known only to the great priestesses of Mount Muldoon. Only we three alone know of where the horror slumbers. Shayla gazed toward the horizon as she stood stoically at the bow of the cruiser. How could the Bugwum have known where the Forbidden Island is? Enough with the stupid monologue. Shayla. No one knows the answer to that. Afra remarked as she took a sip of tea. You're certainly not smart enough to figure that out. This got the fire priestess' temper to steaming as she turned around and glared at her colleague. Oh, is that it? Are you calling me stupid? Why don't you call me stupid to my face? The jewel on her headband flared. Why don't you come down until we get there? It isn't going to do us much good if you get mad now. You might set the ship on fire. Trunks commented as he once again thought that this trip was taking too long. Though he was not required to wear his Fedora disguise at the moment, he was still restricted from using his full powers because of his companions. For now, he would have to rely only on his strength, speed, martial arts skills and the sword that was now strapped to his back. Powers such as flying, ki blasts and especially transforming into a Super Saiyan, were not to be used unless there was no other way. Shayla then glared at Trunks with her temper now starting to boil. Oh? Is that it? Do you think that I'm stupid too? Trunks returned her glare and restrained himself from shutting her up the same way as he did to that bully when he was 8. No. I didn't say that you were stupid. But getting mad isn't exactly the smartest thing right now. What would you know, you cross-dressing pervert? Trunks took a deep breath before giving Shale a glare that would have melted steel. Listen here. I've had just about enough of the pervert cracks. My name is not pervert, freak, weasel or queen. It's Trunks. The young scion was just about ready to draw his sword and run the redhead through when Miz broke the tension. Will both of you stop fighting? We've got more important things to worry about. Don't you realize that the awakening of Ifureta could mean the end of Al-Hazard? She then gave a wink and blew a kiss at Mr. Fujisawa, who was currently imbibing a cup of wine. The history teacher could only shrug as he agreed. Yes, it's getting serious. Shale then turned her back to Trunks in a huff, while the team decided to sit down beside Nanami, who happened to be playing with Yura. Say Misifka, I was wondering about something. Nanami said. Yes. Remember how Mr. Fujisawa gained his superpowers when he came here? Do you think I got a special power to see through the illusions of the Phantom Tribe? Yes, I think you may be right. Nanami became excited as she gushed about her new ability. Did you hear that? I'm a Supergirl. She then glanced at Trunks. So what exactly is your super ability? Was that thing you did at Arliman some kind of super speed? Shale became very uncomfortable at the memory of herself being held naked in his arms. Though she did think back to that time on Mount Muldoon and how Trunks had dispatched those Bugwum. Well, Trunks stammered as he attempted to respond. Fortunately, Mr. Fujisawa inadvertently covered for him. Trunks got super strength like I did, but I guess that whatever made us both stronger also made him faster. It may be because he doesn't drink. Speaking of which, I think you've had enough, Sensei. Trunks said as he gestured to the bottle of wine. He's right. We'll need both of you and your superpowers. Olieli agreed. You'd better stop drinking, Mr. Teacher. Fujisawa groaned after downing his final cup and put it aside. It's not as easy as you'd think. Sometime before Trunks' group had set out, Gallows nodded after being informed of Kiria's failure and death. Masato, come forth. Yes, my lord. From out of the shadows, a small phantom boy appeared to kneel in front of his ruler's throne. I had been told that Kiria is now gone and that the Bugwum are in search of the demon god Ifureta. Masato nodded. Yes, but since they are just bugs, I imagine that they will fail. Indeed. Gallows agreed as he stood up and walked toward his servant. However, it might be in our best interests if the Bugwum were to succeed. With a little unseen help. The boy nodded as Gallows held his cheek in his hand. Such a good child. Gallows commented as he leaned toward Masato's face. The cruiser arrived at the Forbidden Island in the late afternoon. As the priestesses, Trunks, Name, Fujisawa and Olieli disembarked, they all looked around the area for any sign of the Bugwum. However, it seemed that the information about the giant insects coming to the island was false, as there was not a soul around the dark and foreboding landscape. Alright, so where are they? Afra asked as she surveyed the place. HMPF. Looks like we came here for nothing. There's no Bugram here, Shayla remarked. Trunks' battle senses were on the alert as he scanned for any sign of his rival Jinai, for Nanami's brother was now allied with the Bugram. Though Jinai and those Bugram had very low power level ratings, the half-Saiyan was certain that he could sense a whole army of them, if he focused hard with his ability to detect the energy levels of others. However, he had to make certain. He then decided to use another device that he had brought with him from Earth besides his supply of capsules. He took out the capsule which contained his duffel bag and pressed the top of it. The three priestesses noticed it and asked, "What is that thing that Trunks has in his hand?" Olyili nodded as she recognized it. "Oh, it's another one of those wonderful capsules." "Capsules?" Ms. asked. Olyili nodded as she explained. "It's from that Earth place that they come from. They're some kind of magical devices that let them carry a lot of things or large items easily." Nanami nodded as she added, "Oh, that's right. I forgot that Trunks' family owns the Capsule Corporation." The Saiyan tossed the capsule off to one side. Boom! In a puff of smoke, the capsule exploded and released its cargo, causing the three priestesses to gasp in amazement. Trunks kneeled down and unzipped his duffel bag. He then took out a small device and fitted it over his right ear. A small glass window swung over his eye as he pressed the side button, activating the device. "Trunks, what is that thing?" Nanami asked. Trunks shrugged as he answered without even thinking. "It's one of my dad's old scouters. He picked up a few when he went out in space to look for Goku. It'll let me scope out this entire island and..." He suddenly stopped as he turned to face a high ridge. A readout flashed on the visuals. "There. The Bugram are over there." As if on cue, some maniacal laughter was heard as a huge, winged ship appeared from behind the ridge. The craft looked like some gigantic cockroach and flew on wasp-like wings that flapped furiously to keep it aloft. On its deck was Jinai and his 6 Bugram cronies, Groucho, Harpo, Chico, Septo, Gummo and Margaret. Fa 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 fa. My, what a wonderful guided tour. Trunks gritted his teeth as his body tensed up while placing one hand on the hilt of his sword. "What are you talking about? What guided tour?" Shayla demanded. Jinai sneered at the group while answering in a sarcastic and pompous tone. "Oh, and I thought that it was common knowledge that only the priestesses of Mount Moldu knew the whereabouts of the Forbidden Island. It was a simple matter to leak out rumors that we knew where it was. Then all I had to do was to let my network of spies keep a close watch on you. You swallowed the bait and we just followed your little tugboat to this place. Dear God! What have we done?" Afra gasped. At this point, Groucho slammed a fist into his palm in comprehension, which made Jinai very upset. "What? You mean you just now got the plan?" Nanami could feel nothing but disgust for her sibling. "I guess it figures that my brother would be nothing but a rat, no matter what world he's on." Jinai turned in surprise and saw his sister. Nanami? What the? Hey, aren't you supposed to be in school? I always knew that you were a liar, a cheat and a snitch, but this time you've gone too far. You're acting like some kind of crazy, weirdo freak. Crazy weirdo freak. You take that back. I will not. Only a crazy weirdo freak with no friends would hang out with a bunch of icky bugs. At this point, Miz asked a question. You know, what puzzles me is how they were ever able to communicate in the first place. I think I know. Olieli replied. He came from Earth like the rest of them. Maybe the power he gained was the ability to speak with the Bugrum. Yeah, it figures that if my brother were to get any ability, it would be something as gross as that. Shayla growled as she began powering up. Even though you've found this place, that still doesn't mean that you've won. Jinai gave off another laugh. On the contrary, I am just minutes away from becoming the supreme ruler of El-Hazard. Once I command the power of the demon god Ithurada, then nothing will be able to stop me. He then chuckled as he gazed at Trunks. Not even my eternal rival, Trunks. Trunks gave Jinai a glare as he drew his sword. I thought that you were just some third-rate jerk with plans of grandeur, but now you've totally lost it, Jinai. I didn't want to hurt you, but it looks like I'm going to hack down some sense into you. You think that little sword is a match for my Bugrum forces? It did pretty well on Mount Muldoon. Not this time. This time I will win. Yeah? You and Lot Army? Funny you should ask that. Behold. The Power Mad High School student gestured with a wave of his arm at the sea behind them. The group gasped in shock as they saw 5 large ships laden with Bugrum fast approaching the island. You and those harpies are the main reason why I invited the entire Bugrum Marine Corps. What fa 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 fa. At this point, Trunks' rage hit the boiling point. All he had wanted was to go home, and this jerk just kept on annoying him like an irritating roach, no matter how many times he stomped him. Jinai still called him his eternal rival, even though Trunks wanted nothing to do with him. Nanami's brother was like Mr. Satan, always shooting off his mouth. Just when he thought he had seen the last of him, Jinai would pop up and cause him more headaches. Now he was going to try and release a terrible weapon and force his will over everyone, just as he did with the students of Shinano High. That's it. I've had it. I don't care anymore. I'm going to shut Jinai's mouth once and for all. I'm going to kick his butt into another dimension. Jinai continued to laugh hysterically as he jeered at his helpless rival. I've got you now, Trunks. There's no escape and there's not a thing you can do about it. Wrong. Trunks growled as he sheathed his sword. Jinai continued to laugh. So are you giving up, Trunks? I would say that would be the wisest strategy. At last you see that you are no match for me and are ready to bow down to my superiority. Trunks' gaze never left Jinai's as he took a wide-legged stance. Jinai, you may think that you're some conquering general, but you made one serious mistake. Oh, and what might that be? Katoshiko taunted. As my father had taught me, in any battle, you should always know your enemy. You've made some big assumptions about me. Very wrong assumptions. Now I'm going to let you in on a little secret. The others could only watch as Trunks tensed up. You're about to find out what it's like when a Saiyan gets really ticked off. At that instant, Trunks exploded like a miniature supernova, nearly blinding all those present. He didn't transform into a Super Saiyan, but the power he began radiating made the nearby ground shake and small rocks floated up as his energy poured out. Soon the entire island was rocking and rolling, making even the surrounding waters vibrate and ripple. Large waves radiated out, making the Bergon ships rock about like plastic tub toys. The three priestesses could only back away and nod at the sight. The power he was emitting made their own seem trifling. Shayla was especially impressed as she stared at him with new respect and something else as well. Nanami gasped in absolute shock. This was the same quiet and gentle Trunks that she saw at school every day. Mr. Fujisawa couldn't believe what he was seeing and was certain that he was drunk. However, this was no alcohol-induced vision. The scouter that Trunks was wearing started registering his power level as it continued to rise. 30,000, 40,000, 60,000, 80,000, 117,000, 140,000, 163,000. At this point, Trunks could take on the entire Ginyu force without breaking a sweat, if they were still alive today. Though he had not been training as hard as his father lately, he had enough power to destroy a city without trying or reduce mountains into molehills. When he transformed into a Super Saiyan, Trunks became a walking nuclear war. Jinai shook with fear and disbelief as he pointed at his rival. How are you doing that? What the hell are you? Trunks grinned as he continued to let his power level rise. Actually, I'm just getting warmed up. All the others gasped in shock. Trunks was just getting warmed up. Soon, the scouter was blinking its warning lights, saying that it was about to overload. When it read his power level had reached 250,000, the son of Vegeta relented and let his energy level off and drop. The ground shuddered to a halt and rocks dropped, as the island settled back down. Jinai was still trembling as he stuttered. WWW. What the hell kind of monster are you? Trunks snorted as he replied. Monster? I'm no monster. The monster here is you, Jinai. You were a monster back at school and you became an even bigger monster when you came to Elezard. Well, I'm going to put an end to your schemes and evil, once and for all. There was another collective gasp as Trunks suddenly rocketed up into the sky and stopped to hover high above the island. He turned to see the Bugwum Navy coming closer to the island and cupped his hands together while bringing them down to one side of his waist. Nanami and the others stared in amazement. Not one of them could believe it. What the? Trunks can fly too. Jinai's sister became even more impressed. How is he doing that? Ufra couldn't understand how a person could be held aloft without any support. She had not sensed any manipulation of the wind which usually carried her into the air. Up above, Trunks focused his energy as he decided to use his friend Godden's attack. He had learned it during their childhood sparring. Down below, the three priestesses and the others could hear Trunks' voice as he called out the technique. Kame. Hame. Fa. He thrust out his palms and let loose with a massive blue-white beam of energy that lit up the darkening sky and lanced down toward the Bugram Armada. All 5 ships and their crews went up in a huge explosion and a column of water when the attack struck home. The aftershocks of the impact went out 4 miles around and those on the island were knocked off their feet. Whoa! Shayla exclaimed as she saw what was left of the Bugram fleet. Uffa! He just made your big sucker gas flash look like nothing. I hate that name. It's my move. I want to name it. Trunks nodded as he flew back down to land in front of a now terrified Jinai and his Bugram followers. Trunks pointed a finger at him. Like I said before, Jinai, you and what army? Jinai felt as if he was about to have a heart attack. WW, who are you? What are you? Trunks took a deep breath, then proudly said, I am Trunks, son of Vegeta, prince of all Saiyans, and I am your worst nightmare. Saiyans? Nanami repeated with confusion. He say, Prince? Shayla gasped. That pervert was royalty? Trunks much better than Fatora. Yura cried out. Trunks then held up a hand with palm facing upward. He focused his energy and a large, flat circle of light appeared above it. He then hurled it at the craft Jinai was standing on. DESTRUCDO disc. The deadly attack that had been created by Krillin lanced toward the huge Bugram craft and sliced it into 2 halves. The top half went flying off, while the bottom half came crashing to the ground. This caused Jinai and the Bugram to tumble down to the ground. The now panicked Bugram general hopped onto Groucho's back and ordered him to make a run for the shrine where the demon god slept. He desperately hoped that Ifureta was as powerful as the legend said. Hopefully she was more powerful than Trunks. If not, then Jinai's ambition to become the ruler of Elezard would come to a crashing halt. Soldiers! Attack! Jinai cried out as he and his entourage made a strategic withdrawal to find the demon god. In other words, they ran for their lives. Trunks was about to blurt after them, when hordes of Bugram suddenly popped out from behind rock formations and blocked his path. Apparently, Jinai had already landed several dozens of platoons and some had managed to swim toward the island after their ships had been blown up. They began converging on the Saiyan, hoping to overwhelm him by sheer numbers. However, they would only buy Jinai few minutes at the most against an enraged Saiyan who wasn't holding back anymore. Nice odds. Trunks commented. Let me even things out. He then held up both arms and crossed them in front of his face while focusing his power. Nanami and the others had thought they had seen it all after seeing Trunks annihilate 5 ships and slice a Bugrum transport in half. But they were shocked anew as the half-Saiyan suddenly made 2 copies of himself, using Tian's multi-form technique. Apparently, he had learned more than just the solar flare from the 3-head warrior. What the? Shayla gasped. Her sister priestesses were too stunned to even speak. I must have drank too much, 'cause I'm seeing triple, Fujisawa exclaimed. The 3 Trunks burst into action as they drew their swords and charged at their foes. Each Trunks started blurring in and out of the ranks of the Bugrum, slicing the giant insects to ribbons as they cut a path toward the shrine of the demon god. At this point, the priestesses found themselves feeling left out as the Saiyan warriors systematically whittled down the enemy. This feeling didn't last long as more Bugrum appeared from the other side and started attacking them. Shayla instantly had her lamp of fire drawn and powered up, releasing white-hot streams of flames at her attackers. Afra clicked the lamp of wind onto her belt and stirred up gusts of air around her. She then released a blast of high-pressure air at her foes, knocking them down like 10 pins. Miz kissed the ring on her finger and raised it to the heavens, commanding the clouds above to rain down on her foes with hard water droplets and hail. Near the cruiser, Nanami, Olieli, Mr. Fujisawa and Vera backed away as more Bugrum started coming closer. Sensei, I think it's your turn, Nanami cried out as they found themselves surrounded by Bugrum. The history teacher began psyching himself up, but then groaned in pain as he held his head that was now throbbing from the huge migraine that just came about. Ow! I guess that was too much. Olieli frowned with Nanami. Well, everyone told you to stop drinking. The girls screamed as the Bugrum charged, but in an instant, 3 blurring forms passed through the insects and several flashes of silver were seen. A moment later, the Bugrum landed in pieces as the 3 Trunks appeared before the group. They looked at each other and nodded before 2 of them merged back into the 3rd and Trunks became one person again. Are you all right? Trunks asked Nanami as he sheathed his sword. How did you? Nanami stammered. No time to explain now. Trunks said as Yura decided to wrap her body around her new master and give him added protection. Though he didn't really need it, he appreciated the gesture all the same. This battle is taking too long and Jinai's going to awaken the demon god if we don't hurry. He's right, Afra called out as she dispatched another group of Bugrum and then addressed Shayla. Shayla, we'll hold the Bugrum off here. Go with the others and stop that Jinai person from awakening Ithurida. Shayla nodded as she began running toward the shrine, frying any Bugrum who got in her way. Trunks grabbed Nanami and Mr. Fujisawa in his arms and took off into the air to follow the fire priestess. A minute later, Trunks and his passengers landed behind Shayla as she stood before a door that was built into a mountainside. She touched a globe that was embedded into the stone. It glowed briefly, then the door slid open to allow them entry. Time was running out. On Earth. Here we are, Bulma said as she handed the new scouters to Vegeta, Goten and Gohan. According to what Dende had told me, the Dragon Balls will be active within 2 days. These scouters have been adapted to seek them out, like my old Dragon Ball radar. HMMM. Vegeta took the device without so much as a thank you. But that's just the way he is, and fitted it over his right eye and ear. He switched it on and trained it on Gohan and his brother. He frowned as it read their current power levels, which were considerably less since the Cell Games and the Majin Buu incident. HMPF. What has become of the mighty Saiyan race? This era of peace is making them soft. Gohan had more or less retired from fighting after marrying Videl and becoming a father. He was now wearing glasses and had become the scholar that Kai Kai had always wanted him to be. As for Gohan, like Trunks, had become less interested in fighting and was discovering the fairer sex. Though both of Goku's kids were able to become Super Saiyans, they weren't as strong nor as eager for battle as they were back in their younger days. Though Vegeta wasn't quite the warmongering, planet-devastating space conqueror of the past, he still maintained a strict training regimen and constantly strived to improve himself. There was no doubt in his mind that he was now stronger than Gohan was when he beat Cell, especially since Goku's eldest boy spent more of his time reading than fighting. The only person who could give him a good challenge was of course, Kakarot. Vegeta sighed as he looked over the horizon at the setting sun. In 2 days he would have his son back. But then what? Trunks had been so much like him when he was younger, eager for a challenge and ready to fight. He had achieved Super Saiyan status at age 8. However, growing up in these peaceful times had made him lean toward his mother's ways. Bulma was already grooming him to take over the Capsule Corporation. His son, the warrior turned businessman. How could such enormous potential go to waste? Though he did care for his offspring, he just has a very hard time showing it. The Prince of the Saiyans wondered just what Trunks was going to do with his life. Was he just going to go like Kakarot's boys and consider his heritage as some kind of extra? At times, Vegeta suspected that Trunks and his daughter Bra didn't care at all about their Saiyan bloodlines, or the fact that they were of the royal family and considered the cream of their race. Alright, the history of the Saiyans wasn't something to brag about or be very proud of. After all, the planet Vegeta had been home to both the Saiyans and the Taflays. That is, until the full moon, which only appeared every 8 years or so, appeared and transformed the Saiyans into those gigantic space apes. It didn't take the Saiyans long to annihilate the Taflays after that. Then the warriors took to the stars, but not as explorers, but as mercenaries and planet pirates. The technology that they had gained through their alliance to Frieza allowed them to wreak havoc throughout the cosmos, spreading fear and destruction far and wide. Very few Saiyans ever regretted their actions as their thirst for combat increased with every generation, striving to find greater challenges and laying waste to uncounted civilizations. However, despite their great strength and powers, The Scions were still slaves to an even greater force, Frieza, and their pride and indomitable wills eventually led them to revolt against the yoke placed upon them by the tyrant. This had been a doomed rebellion from the start, and the Scions paid for their crimes when Frieza destroyed their home planet and everyone on it. Save for only a few survivors, the Scions were virtually extinct. It was ironic that Frieza would eventually meet his end at the hands of a Scion. Correction, at the hands of two Scions. Though Vegeta had been disappointed that he had not delivered the final blow, he had still been satisfied after Kakarot beat the living daylights out of him, and then an alternate future version of Trunks came and tore Frieza apart. Vegeta considered that version of his son as a true Saiyan warrior. Now why couldn't his own son be like him? As soon as Vegeta asked himself that question, he knew the answer. It was because future Trunks had grown up in a world of conflict, in which just survival was a constant battle. He had to keep fighting, in order to keep on going. Not as Trunks. He grew up in a world that had very little conflict. The dangers of the androids, Cell, the Ginyu Force, Frieza and Majin Buu were long gone. There was a bit of competition between Trunks and others who had Saiyan blood, but it was not enough to truly bring out his son's true potential. Trunks' father always had Kakarot to keep his skills up and improve, but Trunks did not have anyone. Not even sparring with Goten was sufficient, especially since Gohan's brother had become girl crazy and spent less time with his friend. Vegeta sighed again as he wished for something to get his boy to be serious again, not only about his training, but also realized that despite his uneasiness about his heritage, it was a part of him and he should accept it. The Forbidden Island. Damn these blasted tunnels! Jinai growled as he and his Bugram wandered about in the catacombs beneath the shrine. I'm getting really sick of this idiotic maze. A few hundred yards away, Shayla led Trunks and the others through the winding passageways. Hurry! Under no circumstances should that nut get a hold of the Furious Power Key Staff. Whoever awakens the demon god will be its master. The Key Staff power what? Fujisawa panted as he ran. Shayla then caught sight of the Bugram and ignited her powers, which gave her a limited flight ability and an increase in speed. Jinai and his followers stopped short and backed away in fear as they saw the fire priestess block their path. These catacombs had a lot of places to hide, but not from Shayla. The redhead grinned as she began advancing on them. Jinai heaped as he tried to get his Bugram to fight her. Well, what are you waiting for? Kick her ass. Harpo gave a pathetic whine and shook his head. Come on. Harpo, attack. The Bugram still didn't budge. Chico, you can do it. The large insect then made some sounds that sounded like French. Excusez-moi. April's goose. He then pushed Jinai forward. I didn't teach you cowardice. Shayla prepared to fry them all while commenting, they only learned the hard way. Trunks drew his sword and began advancing from behind them as Mr. Fujisawa, Foliili and Nanami stood by. Jinai became even more panicked as he found himself between a rock and a hard place. Then, salvation came in the form of a tidal wave. Shayla, Trunks and Mr. Fujisawa all looked in the direction of a side tunnel in which they suddenly heard a loud rushing noise that sounded like water. They all gasped as they saw a huge wave of water come rushing toward them. There was no time to move as they all became swamped and sunk down to the floor of the cavern. Trunks instinctively held his breath, but something didn't feel quite right. He didn't feel wet. At that moment, he heard Nanami's voice. "Hey! What are you guys doing?" Trunks looked up and saw Nanami standing by as plain as day and not even noticing that she was under 50 feet of water. Then suddenly, all the water disappeared as they all found themselves in a dry and deserted cave. What happened? Where'd all the water go? Trunks asked as he, Shayla and Masamichi got up. What water? Nanami asked with confusion. At that moment, Shayla got a suspicion as she looked around and tossed a small burst of flame to another side tunnel. The cavern lit up as a small figure emerged from it. "Oh, how cute! A little phantom-dried boy!" Nanami exclaimed. "There's nothing cute about him." Shayla growled as she glared at Masato. "A worm is still a worm." Masato smirked as he sneered at the fire priestess. "A worm? Why, Shayla, so you know my name, eh?" the hot-tempered priestess remarked as she powered up. "Then you must also know of my power." She ignited her flames and charged at him, but just as she reached him, he vanished from sight. Unable to stop her momentum in time, Shayla crashed into a nearby wall, causing the roof of the cavern to collapse. "Nanami! Look out!" Trunks shouted as he suddenly appeared beside her and pushed her out of the way. A huge block of stone came crashing down on top of him, driving him through the floor and into the caverns below. Trunks! Jinai was still wandering around when he and his followers heard some loud crashing noises behind them. When they saw that the tunnel was collapsing behind them, they hightailed it to escape being crushed. Trunks groaned as he pushed aside a huge slab that had pinned him down after causing him to fall into the lower levels of the catacombs. He then began brushing off the dust on his jacket. Miraculously, his scouter had survived without any damage. On his chest, Yura softened up her body after hardening to protect Trunks from the fall. "Hey Trunks, Bones okay?" "I'm fine. Thanks Yura." The fall wouldn't have caused more than a few bruises to him, but he appreciated Yura's help all the same. Although, he began wishing that he was wearing his father's old Scion armor. He then looked over to one side and saw that there was a bright light emanating from a funnel. He also sensed something else, something that seemed familiar. He followed the tunnel to its end, which came to a large open area. He then saw an enormous doorway and something else that was familiar. Above the portal was a large symbol that looked like an eye. "Hey! Didn't I see that image before?" The young half-Scion made his way cautiously toward his destiny. "Trunks! Where are you?" Nanami cried out as she, Olieli, her history teacher, and Shayla traveled through along a rocky pathway toward the demon god's resting place. "I can't believe that you let us into such a dangerous place," Jinai's sister complained. "I'll live with it," Shayla replied offhandedly. "What's the matter with you?" Nanami cried out. "Aren't you even worried about Trunks? He may be hurt or dying down here." Shayla gave Nanami an irritated look. "Are we talking about a guy who blew up 5 ships, sliced a Bugram transport in half, split into triplets, and who happens not to be your boyfriend?" Nanami's cheeks reddened at the insinuation. "I told you. We haven't gotten that far yet. This isn't a damned recess. Go find the demon." Fujisawa shouted to end the bickering. Trunks gasped as he entered the demon god's chamber and saw something. Someone resting in a shallow pit at the center of the room. The bottom of the depression glowed with a multicolored luminescence, which made it look as if the demon god was resting on a bed of light. However, it was not what she was sleeping on that caught Trunks' attention. It was the demon god herself. Ifureta. "It's her." The son of Vegeta gasped as he gazed upon her. Though her clothes were not tattered and her skin was a light violet, there was no mistaking her. The girl who had sent him to El Hazard was none other than the demon god Ifureta. Trunks knelt down to get a closer look at her and noted that a strange staff was hovering above her. The staff was about a little over 5 feet in length with 2 crystal globes embedded into it. The top of the power key staff looked like some strange, blunt axe head. Tentatively, Trunks reached out and grasped the power key staff between the 2 globes. He felt a slight static shock, but ignored the sensation as he firmly took hold of the instrument and rose to his feet. As the staff became vertical, Ifureta's body also rose until it stood on its feet. However, the demon god continued to slumber and was as stiff as a statue as Trunks continued to gaze upon her. It was at that moment that he heard a large roar from behind. He quickly dropped the staff and unsheathed his sword as he whirled about. From out of the main entrance, a huge lizard that looked like an iguana came out and began spouting fire at him. Trunks immediately jumped out of the way and then charged at the beast. Jinai was as surprised as his Bugram when he came to the demon god's resting place and saw his rival battling. Nothing. Trunks seemed to be swinging his sword at air, while darting about like a dragonfly. He then caught sight of Ifureta standing alone and her power key staff lying nearby. Not one to miss such a grand opportunity, he ran over to her and quickly swept up the staff. He then looked over his new weapon, then lifted one of her coattails, revealing the access port at the small of her back. "Oh yes, and all you have to do is wind her up. Time to wake up. Time to energize my deadly little bunny demon." He plunked the other end of the staff, fitting it into the access port. When the mechanism clicked into place, Jinai gleefully began counting as he turned the staff like a key. 1, 2, 3, 4. As he continued winding, electrical bolts began shooting about the room, heralding the awakening of the most terrible weapon since the Eye of God. Trunks couldn't understand it. He had delivered enough slashes to reduce the beast into cold cuts, but his sword just simply passed through it as if it was a ghost. Or maybe, because it's not real. He then began searching around the room and his senses began to pick up a power reading. When he looked at a darkened corner, his scouter beeped and indicated that someone was there. He then shot out with a key blast, causing the area to explode. A small figure tumbled into sight. "You again?" Trunks cried out as he saw Masato stand up and smirk at him. The Phantom Boy's grin became even more pronounced as he pointed to where Jinai was before vanishing from view. Trunks glanced over and gasped as he saw Jinai, just as he finished counting. 9. 10. No! Trunks dived down, but it was too late. The demon god had awakened as if Eureka opened her eyes. Out on the shore of the island, Miz and Ifra were just polishing off the last of the Bugram forces when they suddenly felt a chill and felt the enormous surge of energy being emitted from the shrine. "No! It can't be!" Miz exclaimed. "They've awakened." "Ifureta!" Ifra gasped. Trunks landed in front of Ifureta as she began looking around. "Ifureta! It's me." "Trunks!" The demon god gazed at him for a long time before replying. "I don't know you." "What? What do you mean?" "It's me, Trunks. From the high school. You're the one who sent me to El Hazard. You sent us all." Ifureta turned to Jinai and said, "I obey only the master of the power key staff." Jinai laughed as he held out the staff. "That's right, Trunks. Go find your own demon god. I obey only the master of the power key staff." Ifureta repeated. Jinai snorted as he gave his first command. "Well, as the master of the power key staff, my first order is for you to destroy him." Ifureta then turned to him and held out her hand. "Give me the power key staff." "What? No, it's mine." Jinai grasped the staff with both hands. However, Ifureta simply pulled it out of his hands and swung it around so that the pointed end was aimed at Trunks' face. Yura hissed as Trunks tried once again to get through to her. "Don't remember me at all? I'm Trunks." Energy began to spark at the end of the staff as if Eureka prepared to fire at it. Right in the face. Jinai gloated. At that moment, the high ceiling above them exploded as several figures dropped down to the floor. "Look out! She's awake!" Trunks called out. Shayla gritted her teeth when she saw Ifureta. "Shit! We're too late." Behind her, Mr. Fujisawa, with Nanami and Ariel in his arms, landed behind her. Ifureta turned around to gaze at the newcomers. "You're going back to sleep." The fire priestess held up a fist and ignited her flames. "And if you give me any trouble, I've got a knockout pill that'll help. I recognize your battle technique." Ifureta said coolly, "Northern Capital, isn't it? Get ready to die." Shayla shouted as she formed her fire wings and leapt high. She used the wall behind her to rebound herself toward her foe. Too bad. Merely a novice. The demon god commented as she formed her own fire wings and lifted off into the air. Trunks gasped as his scouter rated the two power levels. Currently, Shayla was emitting her energies at full strength, which was at 5,000. Ifureta, however, not only duplicated her powers, but was emitting them at 22,000. And the young Scion could tell that Ifureta wasn't using anywhere near her full capabilities. Shayla was clearly outmatched. Shayla. Look out. Too late. When the two fire users collided, it was Shayla who was knocked back as the room was lit up from the collision. The fire priestess screamed in pain as her flames were snuffed out like a candle's and she plummeted toward the floor. Trunks reacted in an instant, blurring from view and reappearing high in the air, catching Shayla in his arms before blurring again into sight on the floor of the chamber. Shayla groaned as she looked up and saw the face of her savior. She once again found herself in the same position as she was in Arliman, but this time, she wasn't at all mad. Trunks. You saved. Look out. Trunks yelled as he tossed Shayla to one side, just as Ifureta landed before them, aimed her staff at him and fired a blue-white energy bolt. The blast caught Trunks directly in the chest, or rather it caught Ura in the chest, knocking them both back. The cat screamed in agony as she released her hold on Trunks and writhed on the floor, clutching at her burning belly. OW. 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 Trunks kept on flying backward until he slammed into the wall behind him, making a slight depression in the stone. Shayla looked up from where she had landed. No. Ura failed. Oh, Trunks. She was too much in pain and her fire powers were too weak at the moment for her to be of any help. Trunks groaned as he pulled himself out of the depression and got into a fighting stance. His chest was slightly aching. Even when Ura hardened to protect him, the blast had felt as if he had been kicked by a super-powered mule. However, he was still raring to go as Jinai laughed maniacally at his pain. That's it. Ifureta. Kill him. Trunks. Nanami cried out as she feared that he was about to die. Ifureta's eyes showed nothing but coldness as she fired off another bolt. This time, however, it was she who got the surprise as Trunks focused his concentration and raised an open palm. The attack was neatly deflected off his hand to explode to his right. The demon god paused for a moment as she reevaluated the situation. Obviously, her opponent was more skilled than the fire priestess. Therefore, more power was required to destroy him. In an instant, she began firing off a rapid volley of beams, each with more power than the last. Trunks, however, wasn't that easy to beat as he used that one hand to block each incoming shot. He noted that the intensity of the beams was steadily increasing with each shot, but he simply intercepted each one. He was soon surrounded in a thick cloud of dust as the blasts continued to ricochet off his palm. Nanami, Mr. Fujisawa and Olieli could only gape in disbelief as Ifureta continued to shoot at her target. For one full minute, the barrage continued, but Trunks stood firm. The room, however, took a serious beating as the deflected shots blasted large holes in the walls and ceilings. Jinai's laughter increased as he marveled at his new weapon and the destruction she was causing. What fa 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 fa. My new weapon is unbeatable. And my rival Trunks is now. Huh? The self-proclaimed ruler of Al-Hazard was struck dumb when Ifureta ceased firing and the cloud cleared, revealing Trunks with his palm still held out. He was unharmed as he lowered his arm and continued to gaze at Ifureta. It seemed that history had repeated itself. Trunks had duplicated what Goku had done with Frieza all those years ago. What the? One hand. Jinai said in total disbelief. The demon god lowered her staff slightly as she took in this new development. Impressive. You deflected all my attacks. I am not familiar with your battle technique. Are you ready to listen now? Trunks asked in a firm tone. I obey only the master of the staff and he has commanded me to destroy you. She said without emotion as she once again aimed her staff at him. You are strong. But even you can't block this. In less than a heartbeat, a huge globe of white energy appeared at the end of her weapon and launched itself at Trunks. Trunks had to brace himself with his hands held out as the attack struck hard. He was driven back and slammed into the wall again. This time he was engulfed in a large explosion, causing half of the chamber to collapse in on itself. Oh no! Trunks! Nanami screamed as she and the others thought that he had perished. Shayla could only shook her head in shock as she saw the one who had saved her go up in a huge explosion. What fa 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 fa. At last my eternal rival has been reduced to a cinder. Al-Hazard is mine. Not quite. Jinai stopped in his tirade when he heard the voice and gaped at the huge hole. No. It can't be. It's impossible. Olyili and the others gasped as they saw someone emerge from the rubble. A large mass of stone was tossed aside as easily as one would hurl a pebble. Trunks walked back into the chamber with a look of determination on his face. The scouter he had been wearing fell apart and clattered to the ground in pieces, but the Saiyan didn't need it now. He had pretty good idea of what Ifureta was capable of and it looked as if he would have to use this in the hole. I had been hoping that it wouldn't come to this. Trunks said with some reluctance as he took a wide-legged stance with his arms held out and fists clenched. Ifureta tensed as she prepared to counter whatever attack Trunks would make. You're very powerful, Ifureta. But let's see if a demon god can stand up to a Super Saiyan. The son of Vegeta let off a yell as he powered up his energy to the utmost degree. Mr. Fujisawa, Nanami, Olyili, Yura, Shayla and especially Jinai were in a state of total shock as they witnessed the transformation to the legendary warrior of the Saiyans. Trunks' aura changed from its usual color to that of pure gold as his body became a bit more muscular and robust. His hair became more alive as it stood up on end and shifted from light purple to a brilliant blonde. However, the most intriguing change was his eyes as they shifted from a foamy blue to a radiant emerald green. If he still had his scouter, it would have exploded from overloading. Totally wild. Trunks has blonde hair, Nanami exclaimed. Now, if Eureka had to take this new development into account as she gazed upon the transformed Trunks and felt the raw power he was now radiating. In the distant recesses of her memory she could see an image of herself battling a person such as this who had glowed with golden fire. Shayla let off a choked whisper as she remembered back to the old legends of the Holy Wars. One such legend spoke of someone who had fought the dreaded demon god and had sealed her away. He had been heralded as the champion of Elezard. She also recalled the prophecies that concerned the Eye of God, the Shadow Nation and the Golden Champion. She said in a breathless whisper. Jinai was the first to snap out of his stupor as he shook his head and shouted, "If you think changing your hair color is going to beat me, then think again. If you're destroy him." The demon god reacted without a second thought and fired. Trunks, however, was much faster as a Super Saiyan and easily dodged the beam. In less than an instant, he had grasped the staff and pulled it off to one side as he prepared to let loose with a blast with his other hand at point-blank range. However, Ifureta was still holding onto her end, and that's when Trunks discovered that he had indeed gained a new ability when he came to Elezard. Both he and Ifureta suddenly became paralyzed as their minds began to mingle. A strange energy coursed between the two of them as Trunks saw images of ancient Elezard during the Holy Wars. He observed images of mass destruction, death, suffering and pain as the warring sides fought to annihilate one another. He saw the Eye of God, still under construction like the Death Star in Return of the Jedi. And through all the chaos and madness, he saw Ifureta, battling it out with someone who had golden hair, green eyes, and a tail. He couldn't make out the face, but he knew who that person was. Was he a Saiyan? Everyone else who were witnessing this wondered just what was going on as Demon God and Super Saiyan shared memories. Then as suddenly as it began, it stopped as Trunks released his hold on the power key staff. Ifureta leapt back and held her head. She trembled as she glared at Trunks, who was looking down at his hand. That was weird. Who are you? What have you done? Ifureta then went into a rage and began firing. Trunks took off into the air as soon as she started attacking and began returning fire with ki blasts. Ifureta dodged those shots as she too became airborne. Mr. Fujisawa saw that the rest of the chamber was about to collapse under the combined barrages. Fortunately, he was sober enough to once again use his superpowers. He quickly swept up Nanami, Oyili, Yura and Shayla into his arms and began running as the roof collapsed. Jinai was still raving as he relished in the destruction. What fa 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 fa. My new weapon is magnificent. Kill them. Destroy them all. However, he too had to run for safety as a huge slab of stone crashed in front of him. The shrine of the demon god shuddered as Ifureta and Trunks continued to battle it out. Outside, Uff and Miz were still wondering what was going on. when the top of the shrine exploded and something rocketed upward in a beam of light. The demon god has been released, Miz exclaimed. An instant later a second beam of light, this one of gold, also shot up after the first one. What is that? Afra asked, then noticed that the wall of the shrine was being blown out. A huge slab was moved out of the way and Mr. Fujisawa staggered out into the daylight. Miz instantly ran over to him as she sat down to rest. Mr. Fujisawa, are you alright? The history teacher gave her a whimsical smile. I'm alive, thank goodness. Miz sighed. If you had died then the whole ceremony would have been ruined. Huh? Nanami and Olyili then emerged from the hole, with Olyili carrying Yura. Behind them was Shayla. Shayla, just what is going on? Afra demanded as she ran up to her colleague. If Eureka has been awakened, Shayla replied as she gazed up at the sky. I know that. Afra then wound up to the two figures in the sky as they darted about and fired at each other. Now tell me just who or what is that? And where's Trunks? That is Trunks, Shayla replied breathlessly. What? Miz and Afra exclaimed together. Shayla nodded as she began reciting the prophecies. When the eye of God blinks, and the pathway to the sky opens up, and the Shadow Nation becomes one. Afra became pale as she stared at the golden figure that was fighting Ithurega. She then finished the rest of the prophecies, and the golden champion shall return to save us all. High above, Trunks was getting quite a workout as he and Ithurega continued to mix it up. Trunks was now slashing away with his sword, but Ithurega proved to be quite proficient with handling her staff. Every stab, every swing, and every slash was blocked and countered. Energy blasts were thrown back and forth. The young Saiyan tried to get in close for some hand-to-hand, but his opponent proved to be just as good at evasion as she was at attacking. Furthermore, though Trunks possessed enough power as a Super Saiyan to destroy the world, he was lacking in one key element, experience. With no real reason to continue training hard, Trunks wasn't fully up to dealing with an opponent that had battled with thousands of opponents and could adapt to any attack or technique. In a way, Ithurega was Al-Hazard's version of Cell. The young Super Saiyan was finding it difficult to keep up with her and a few blows were landing. The two sped toward each other again, releasing energy bolts as they charged. However, when Trunks tried another slash, Ithurega blocked with her staff and lashed out with a kick, slamming her foot hard into his gut. This caused him to release his grip on his sword, causing it to fall toward the ground below. Before Trunks could recover, Ithurega swung her staff again, this time catching the young Saiyan in the head, stunning him. Trunks managed to stay aloft as his opponent floated back a bit and hovered. Very impressive. You possess great power. Ithurega commented as she continued to hover. Only one other has been able to last this long against me. You have the same powers as he did when I was sealed up in that shrine. What? Trunks shook his head to clear it as the images he had received from her came back to him. Why you mean that person I saw was a Super Saiyan, like me? Mumber, Ifurita flatly responded. You are not like him. You are not the golden champion. You are merely a novice compared to him. And I had learned much from that battle since then. At that moment, Ifurita's power skyrocketed as she suddenly glowed with the same golden aura that Trunks was emitting. The son of Vegeta was caught off guard as his adversary blurred and appeared in front of him. With one savage blow of her staff, she slammed him down and fired a huge blast after him. The huge beam hit him squarely on the back and drove him toward the ground at tremendous speed. Trunks hit the island like a falling meteor and was engulfed in the explosion of the impact. She continued to fire additional blasts after the first one and the island shook, as Shao and the others dug for cover. When the light of the explosions had finally died down, there was nothing left but a huge, smoking crater. In its center lay Trunks, unmoving. High above, with unfeeling eyes, Ifurita nodded at her handiwork and decided that the time had come for her to depart. She then sped off over the horizon and was soon flying over a heavily populated area of Al-Hazard. With one causal blast, she obliterated the entire sector, leaving nothing but devastation as she flew onward toward Bugrung territory and her new master. Back at the Forbidden Island, the others were running toward the spot where Trunks had fallen. Shao and Nanami reached Trunks first. Trunks. Nami kneeled down beside the battered Saiyan and became relieved as she heard him moan, signifying that he was still alive. He's still alive. I never even got a chance to thank him. Shayla said as she too knelt down. This got Nanami a bit irritated as she glared at Shayla. The fire priestess glared back at her. Behind them, Afra and the rest could only gaze at the stranger from another world with awe. Amazing. He survived that, Miz exclaimed. Afra looked at Trunks and then noted that his hair began to revert back to its normal color. Just like the legends say. He truly is the golden champion. But it looks like even he couldn't stop Ifurita this time. Trunks, however, heard none of this as he lay in pain. In his mind, he began to recall memories of his early childhood, when he was training for the World Martial Arts Tournament. He saw himself as an 8-year-old, training hard in the gravity room. Then he heard Vegeta's voice as he remembered something that he had told his son during that time. Flashback. Even in times of peace, a true Saiyan warrior must train and be prepared. It's our way to always seek out new challenges. Only by overcoming those challenges do we become masters of our future. Never forget that Saiyan blood flows through your veins and that you carry with you the pride of our race. It is your heritage. End of flashback. Never had those words rung truer than now. His lack of interest in maintaining his training now came back to him with very serious consequences. Trunks then said in a sad, faltering voice to himself, "I'm sorry, Father. I failed." At that moment, darkness claimed him as he slipped into unconsciousness. End of the fourth night. Author's notes. Well, I know that a lot of you were thinking that Trunks should have won hands down, but what would be the point, right? As I had mentioned in previous chapters, Trunks hadn't been training as hard since the Majin Buu incident. So of course, he wasn't prepared to go up against an opponent of Cell's caliber. I do have something special planned for the later chapters and the climax, so don't worry about this minor upset. In any case, after watching the Elhazard videos, I kind of got to thinking that if Ureta was like Cell, and you can remember how much trouble he caused for the Z fighters, Trunks is going to have worked hard to win against her, and you can bet that the final battle will be a doozy. As for the other questions that were raised in this chapter, they will be answered, rest assured. Next chapter will be Trunks vs Ifureta, Round 2 and a few more surprises. Next on Dragon Ball Hazard, the Fifth Night, The Legend of the Golden Champion. Less than PNG border equals 0 height equals 1 SRC equals double quote hazard 4 underscore files slash visit dot gif. Width equals 1 greater than asterisk chapter 5 asterisk, The Fifth Night, The Legend of the Gold. Dragon Ball Hazard by Hyunmedic Taiyan disclaimer. Oh where has my disclaimer gone? Thoughts. The Fifth Night, The Legend of the Golden Champion, The Bugram Citadel. Jinai continued to laugh at his good fortune as the Bugram celebrated his triumph at gaining control of the demon god Ifureta. As the giant insects danced about and played drums to a heavy beat, the egomaniac was imbibing his 9th glass of Bugram nectar, which had the same effect as drinking sake. Jinai was already tipsy as Queen Diva refilled his glass. So tell me again, Lord Jinai, how you gained control of the demon god Ifureta. HIC. It wasn't a problem. Abdot Trunks thought he was pretty hot stuff, but HIC. My demon god kicked his ass. What fa 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 fa. The demon god in question was sitting alone on top of the top roof of the Bugram Citadel and staring out at the night sky. When she saw the Eye of God, she became puzzled. No. When I was sealed into that deep sleep, the Eye of God wasn't halfway near to completion. Something must have caused this change of events during my long slumber. She then remembered back to that teen she had faced. The boy with power to rival her own. She recalled his words and his face. Flashback. Trunks, Ifureta. It's me, Trunks. Don't you remember? From the high school? You're the one who sent me here. End of flashback. The demon god trembled as she recalled that strange feeling when he grabbed hold of her power key staff. Then she saw an image of Trunks as a Super Saiyan, which reminded her of the great battle she had with Elhazard's Golden Champion. No, I don't know you. Galus smiled as the Council of Leaders unanimously voted on unsealing the Eye of God after he had informed them that Princess Fatora was returning with the 3 priestesses of Mount Muldoon. Everything was going according to plan. Soon, the Phantom Tribe would have its revenge against the people of Elhazard. It was just a matter of time now. A few hours earlier, Trunks regained consciousness and found that he was aboard the cruiser, which was currently making its way toward Floristica. Oh good. You are awake. Trunks groaned a bit as he sat up and saw that Nanami, Mr. Fujisawa, Oyili, Yura and the three priestesses were sitting around the deck of the cruiser. All eyes were focused on him as he recalled the battle he had waged and lost against Ithurada. It's good to see that all of you are safe, he commented as he winced from the injuries he had sustained. He looked down and saw that he was bare-chested and that his torso was tightly wrapped in bandages, along with his forehead. On to one side, he saw his duffel bag and sword. Apparently, they had retrieved his things, but it took Mr. Fujisawa's strength to carry his weapon. The sword had been composed of some of the strongest alloys the Scion could find to sneak into the metal shot class. Trunks! Yura cried out as she leapt into his arms. Trunks okay? I'm fine, Yura. And how are you? He looked at his cat and saw that her middle was also wrapped up. Yura be okay. You're a worry when Trunks get hurt. I'm okay, Yura. Really? He looked back at his companions and saw the questions in their eyes. He took a deep breath and sighed. I guess you all want to ask me some questions, right? Nanami's brow furrowed as she nodded. You are darned right that we have some questions. You've been hiding a lot from us, haven't you? We want answers and we want them now. Trunks sighed again. All right, what do you want me to tell you first? Nanami crossed her arms and gave Trunks a glare before replying. First of all, exactly who or what are you really? And how can you do all those things you did back on the island? And don't lie to us and say that you gained those powers when you came to El-Hazard, 'cause I don't buy that for a minute. Mr. Fujisawa got super strong. I can see through illusions and my big jerk of a brother can speak to the bugrum. I believed it when Mr. Fujisawa said you got super strength and speed, but then you started glowing, flying all over the place, shooting energy beams, split into 3 people, and then transformed into that gold whatever you were. Start explaining, Trunks. Just how were you able to do all that? When the rest of us only gained one superpower. That's right, Trunks. Mr. Fujisawa agreed. I may have been drinking at that time, but I wasn't that drunk. It's time for you to come clean. As your teacher, I am entitled to an explanation. Trunks could only sigh again as he replied. Okay. I guess I do owe you that much. Though I'm not sure where to start and it's a really long story. Try the beginning, Trunks. We've got plenty of time before we reach Rashtaria, his sensei said. Alright. So let me start by asking you a question. Have you ever heard of the Scions? Sometime later. What? I always thought that it was Hercule Satan that defeated Cell. Nanami said with surprise. Trunks snorted with disgust. Ha! In the words of my father, I've known stronger houseplants. That fake took the credit for all the work that my friend Gohan and his father Goku did to stop Cell. Heck, I beat that phony when I was 8 at the World Martial Arts Tournament. It's just that everybody believed that he lost that fight on purpose. Still, it's really hard to believe that you're an alien, Trunks, Nanami remarked as she gazed at his features. Only half. My mother is human. Mr. Fujisawa nodded. And that transformation too. What did you call it again? Super Saiyan. My powers and moves becomes thousands of times stronger and faster. Oh, it wasn't enough to beat Ifureta, Trunks said with some sadness. His father had always been telling him to continue with his training, and the difference in battle skills between himself and the demon god were painfully obvious. So you're saying that you're not the legendary golden champion? Uff asked. Just who is this golden champion you keep talking about? What does my transformation into a Super Saiyan have anything to do with this person? Afra took a sip of her tea before answering. Long ago, during the Holy Wars, the demon god Ifureta devastated the lands of El-Hazard. At that point, the Eye of God had not been completed yet, so there was no force in El-Hazard that could stand up against her. That is, until a savior came from the sky inside a great white egg. Great white egg? Shayla nodded as she continued for Ufa. That's what the legend said. During that time, this warrior from the sky was violent, and would attack anyone. He seemed to be just as dangerous as Ifureta. The legend becomes very vague at this point, but it does state that he changed for some reason and began using his incredible powers to protect people. Eventually, he came face to face against Ifureta. Ms. nodded as she finished with the legend. It was said that the battle between them was unlike anything ever seen before and lasted for hours. However, when it seemed that the warrior was about to be destroyed, he became imbued with the golden power of God, which caused his dark hair to turn to gold and his eyes to become blazing emeralds. He managed to beat Ifureta down long enough for the elders of ancient El-Hazard to seal her away. That sounds like what happens to me when I turn into a Super Saiyan, Trunks remarked. My hair becomes blonde and my eyes turn green. Indeed. So you can understand why we thought you were that golden champion, Ufa said as she finished her tea. Yeah, well, I'm not this golden champion that you're talking about. So whatever happened to this guy? We don't know. Ms. replied. The records to that time period had been lost over the centuries and the golden champion was not heard from again after his battle with Ifureta. If the royal family didn't have that artifact, then he would have been long forgotten by now. Artifact? What artifact? Nanami asked. The royal family of Rashtaria still possesses the great white egg that the champion had arrived in. It is stored within the deepest recesses of the Royal Archives vault, and it has remained untouched since then. Trunks nodded as he took in the information. He remembered back to when he saw Ifureta and her comment on how his powers and appearance were similar to this golden champion. He had a feeling as to what this great white egg might be and who the golden champion was. Later on, in the palace of Floristica. Why? Why are you doing this to me? Fujisawa cried out as he found himself in the dungeon again. Ms. Mishtel was standing on the other side of the pit with her hands clasped together in front of her. "I'm very sorry about this, but everyone agreed that we had to stop you from drinking. Isn't that torture enough? Why are you doing this?" Miss sighed as she replied, "It's because you lose control. When you drink, you lose all your superpowers." The history teacher sat down in a cross-legged position and crossed his arms across his chest. "I am a teacher and I have total control. Nanami and Trunks say that you don't have any control. They say that you even drink when you... Stop it. I've heard it all before. Everyone's against me." I started blubbering. "Oh my poor baby." Miss Soothe then smiled at him. "I'll tell you what." "Huh?" The water priestess then got a starry look in her eyes. "If you can help us with the war, then I'll have time to make some preparations and then you can drink all you want." Fujisawa's face lit up at this. "An open bar?" Trunks shook his head in depression as he once again found himself in his Fetora disguise. No sooner had he entered the palace, he was immediately ushered into a private chamber and was put into a dress, given a wig and had his face plastered with makeup. Princess Rumi had been ecstatic that he had brought the three priestesses back with him, but since the other leaders had arrived to witness the unsealing of the Eye of God, both princesses of the royal family had to be present at the ceremony. Things had gotten even more tense when word of the demon god's reawakening spread throughout Rashtaria, making the need for the Eye of God's use even more desperate. He had secretly used another item that he had brought with him to El-Hazard to recover from his injuries. The day before being transported to this world, he had visited his good friend Corin, and had received a gift of 4 sens of beans. He had only 3 sens of beans left now, and once they were gone, that was it. He would have to save them for emergencies only. However, as he sat on a bench in the royal courtyard, his thoughts went back to that time at Shinano a few days ago. Oh, it seemed as if it had been a lifetime. He was certain that the girl who had sent him to El-Hazard was in fact the same Ifureta that he had thought. It just didn't make any sense. Impossible, Trunks said to himself. Beside him, his personal living body armor Yuro was currently taking a cat nap. In addition to her body's amazing flexibility and hardening abilities, the cat also had remarkable recuperative powers. By the time they had reached Floristica, she had fully recovered from the injuries she had sustained on the Forbidden Island. Impossible, Dr. Stalda said as he conversed with Nanami and Ifra a few dozen yards away from where Trunks was. "You saw for yourself that Ifureta was indeed sealed on the Forbidden Island, yet Trunks claims that she was the one who sent him to El-Hazard. Simple logic cancels both these hearsays. The ancient gods of antiquity were powerful, but they did not have the capability to cross dimensions. Yes, but the important fact remains that Ifureta now serves the Bugram. Her power is as great as the legends say, and even though Trunks possesses great power himself, Ifureta still defeated him. Afra became very concerned. At this point, Nanami noticed someone hiding behind a pillar behind where Trunks was sitting at. She frowned as she recognized Shayla. Afra also noticed her colleague looking around the corner. Now what do you think she's doing? HMPF. Nanami became even more irritated as she began walking toward her and Trunks. Shayla took a deep breath, then sighed as she looked away from the disguised Trunks, and leaned against the pillar she was hiding behind. She gathered up her courage and mentally psyched herself up. 1, 2, 3. The fire priestess walked around the corner and approached the Scion. Hey there, dude. Trunks turned around with a look of puzzlement as Shayla sat down on a nearby ledge with her back to him. Huh? Dude? Yeah. Shayla continued as she crossed her arms and lowered her head. As in, thanks for saving my life. Trunks couldn't help but smile. Here was the tough and hot-tempered fire priestess acting humble toward him. Only a little while ago, she had been trying to fry him to a cinder. Oh, Shayla. It's okay. You don't have to thank me for anything. I was glad to do it, and I would have done it again in a second. I guess we just kind of gotten off on the wrong foot back at Arliman. Yeah, it's not really like me at all. Shayla said with a nervous laugh. She then began twiddling her fingers and her cheeks became flushed with red. So, Trunks, you haven't told me how Earth people, I mean Scions, like to receive their reward. Huh? What are you? Trunks. Both looked to one side and saw Nanami standing with her hands on her hips and gazing at them with an annoyed glare. Just what do you think you are doing? Mr. Fujisawa is expecting us to be in homeroom right now. Huh? Homeroom? What are you talking about? I mean it, Trunks. She then grabbed hold of one of Trunks' arms and tried to pull him out of the bench. Even though he's in the dungeon, he still expects us to be on time, so come on. You've got to be kidding. Trunks protested as he resisted her attempts to yank him away from Shayla. The priestess of Muldoon let off an irritated sound as she pushed her away between the two and swatted Nanami's hand from Trunks' wrist. Take 5, Trunks. She then glared at the interfering girl. Just who do you think you are, hall monitor? Nanami gave her a look of disdain and crossed her arms. If that's what it takes, then that's who I am. Extracurricular activities denied. Chick, you have got some serious problem. I'm not the one with the problem. And I suppose that it's normal to hide behind corners and spy on boys. Shayla became momentarily flustered, but recovered. I wasn't spying. Oh? Then how about lurking about? What do you call it then? That is none of your business. She then gave her an off-handed wave. Get lost. HMPF. We will. But I'm telling you right now that I won't have Trunks hanging around with a dyke. Hey! What does that mean, a dyke? Nanami held up her dukes. It means, put him up. Now that I understand, Shayla said as she prepared to fight. Hold on, girls. Trunks said as he tried to break it up. I said take 5. Shayla said as she swung her open hand toward him. Trunks backed off before her hand could make contact. It wasn't as if Shayla could hurt him, but he was concerned that she might sprain her hand if she tried to smack his super strong Saiyan chest muscles. However, his hand brushed against a large object that was hidden beneath a large overgrowth of vines and shrubbery. In an instant the thing came alive as loud mechanical noises were heard and a green light was emitted from it. The three stepped back as a huge shape lumbered forward from the hedges. It shook off centuries of plant growth and extended an appendage with some wicked-looking claw-like device. It looked as if it was attacking, and Shayla already had the lamp of fire out of its holster and ready to blast it. However, before she could turn it into a smolder pile of ash, it shuddered to a stop, becoming inanimate again. Trunks, Nanami and Shayla continued to stare at the thing as it became inactive once more. The royal palace records indicated that the machine had been here long before the gardens were ever built. Obviously, the landscapers were in error in designating it as a mere statue. Trunks nodded as he looked at the huge and derelict robot that was now lying on the examination table in Dr. Stahlman's laboratory. In truth, I believe that this is actually a machine that was created by the ancients of El-Hazard. The old man then walked over to another table and gestured for Trunks to follow. He then pointed to a circular device that was about the size of a Walkman. I had possessed this device for many years, and I believe that it is the same as that large machine over there. Now, if you were to assist me in a small experiment, Trunks. Sure. Okay. What do you want me to do? Just touch it.